Hello, 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 everybody. How y'all doing? What is up, Shart the Spire, Paradox 428, Freezing Yoshi, Explosive Ash, the Cool Bee, Paradox, Ivy Blade, good to see you. Storm, what's up? Aurelios, hello, hello. Spirit Too Noble doing some homework. Cozy Beats to relax and do homework too. How's it going? Agorus, Nivius, Maxi Soup. I think we'll be talking a little bit about soup today. Drodar the Mighty. Happy Saturday, everybody. Tyron finally made it to a stream. You're in time for a special one. Today we're going to be ranking all of the cards on Ironclad in Slay the Spire 2. That's how we're going to start out our stream today. Expect that'll take quite a while. We'll be doing sort of a card-by-card breakdown, chatting about the state of the character at large, and trying to give some guidance into the cards that lead to easy wins versus the cards that don't. Shart the Spire been enjoying some Last Spell. That game's great. How's it going? The Salacious Bee Crumb. On E20, if playing as the Watcher, you're finding it impossible to kill the Guardian. That's an interesting one. The Guardian's a fight where a little bit of Scry can go a long way. I find Third Eye to be really helpful in that fight, as you can discard strikes to get back to your block cards. The Guardian is a fight where you'll also really appreciate having access to a big attack that has Retain. So both Sands of Time and Windmill Strike are really good for setting up a big kill on Guardian. Time Eater, I think some of the same principles apply. Time Eater's a character that's going to punish you a lot for spamming lots of small attacks. So you don't really want things like Flurry of Blows. You want more attacks like Sands of Time and Ragnarok and things like that. If you don't have a way to get a high impact per card, the Time Eater is definitely going to be tough. So by the time you get to Act 3 in a Watcher run of Spire, you should be looking to have a number of powers that you can use to get consistent bonuses. Some of the really good ones for the late game boss fights are Foresight for Scry Return and Mental Fortress for block on stance change. And those can both really help a lot with blocking. Talk to the Hand goes a long way too, but you usually want to have something other than just Talk to the Hand, as the Time Eater will purge the Talk to the Hand debuff when going into Phase 2. Still mad about the Abrasive Art change? That's real. You don't necessarily need Talk to the Hand, but it's really good, especially if you're trying to do things with like Flurry of Blows. Or just spam lots of small attacks. Goes really well with Tantrum, too. But if you picked up those harder-hitting single attacks, like of the aforementioned Windmill Strike or Sands of Time kind of stuff, Wheel Kick as well, then you don't need it in the same way. But I think they'll let us toggle Beta Art like they did in the first game. Definitely, yeah. I think Beta Art will definitely come back. But it can only really be something you can toggle once they get rid of all of it in the first place. And in the original, it was tied to an unlock condition of defeating the Act 4. So I'm guessing that the unlock condition will be the same. And that they won't give you the option to toggle until Act 4 is added. It's funny, in the first game, actually, when they first added the beta art option, a lot of the cards didn't actually have beta arts because they just, like, used a placeholder art entirely, or they'd made the original art asset originally. And so they had to crowdsource fan art to be the beta art. So the beta art was actually made after the fact for a lot of the cards in Spire 1. By fans. But yeah, that was an interesting way that arrived. Surprised it didn't take Flat Cannon during the defect run yesterday. Yeah, it showed up way too early. Flat Cannon is kind of like the cherry on top of a working status build, but you need to have a working status build before it does anything. That's how I currently feel anyway. Yeah, the fan-made beta art's kind of cooler than real beta art. I partially agree. Looks like it seems like the beta testers are the ones who made the beta art in this case, so it is kind of like fan-made beta art also. Any tips for Silent Ascension 10? Poison is the boss killer. Regardless of what your deck is doing otherwise, you probably want 1 or 2 big poison cards to help you with boss damage. Unless you got a really good Shiv engine going. It's kind of hard to deal enough damage to end boss fights quickly as Silent. But cards like Snakebite and especially Bouncing Flask really go a long way. So, yeah, big poison card being a 2-cost poison card. Snakebite, Bouncing Flask, Envenom, I guess, if you have a bunch of attacks. You could also call big. Envenom Plus is pretty big now that it does 2 poison per hit. It's kind of cool. Have you been having more fun with any class in particular? I'm most enjoying Regent and Defect at the moment. Least enjoying Necrobinder. That might be a me problem, though. Curious to see how Regent and Necro are going to evolve over the course of early access. Very curious. Regent's a struggle character in your climb. Any general tips? Regent is very good at doing damage. If you're in Overgrowth Act 1, you want to lean into that. Just grab big attacks like Astral Pulse or Kingly Kick or Kingly Punch as soon as you can and just start slapping stuff. If you're in Underdogs, you might have to invest in defense a bit more. Regent has some pretty good defense cards, like Glitterstream especially. You might also be underestimating card-generating effects. I think, actually, the card generation synergies on Regent are very strong now. And so Spectrum Shift and Manifest Authority and Quasar are all actually quite good now. Although they did get nerfed a bit by the removal of Doormaker, who particularly rewarded that kind of playstyle. Sinsol Jax, thanks for the Prime sub in 51 months. Although it feels weird that anyone playing on the main branch is still fighting Doormaker. I haven't seen that guy in weeks. Any hopes/ideas for themes for the new locations for Act 2 and 3? I think it'd be cool to find where, like, all the automatons of the Spire are created. There has to be some kind of factory or laboratory that's churning them out. Be cool to explore that. And along that line, favorite enemy visually? In Spire 2, I think it's Mechanite. I really like Mechanite's whole vibe. Every enemy will have artifact. That's right. It's my plan to get everyone to take Expose more often on Silent. Like the sword opens up and is a flamethrower? Yeah, in the stupidest way possible, right? You'd think that, like, you would... If you're going to shoot fire out of a sword, you'd think you'd shoot it out in the direction the sword is pointing. But no, that's not what Mechanite is doing. That's not what Mechanite is doing at all. Yeah, weird little hatch in the middle of the blade. Like a trapdoor. Okay, it occurs to me I'm probably going to need more water if I'm going to make a long-ass tier list video, actually. So I need to get more of that. I'll be right back, Twitchet. I'm going to take a really short break here, and then we're going to actually dive into the tier list proper. Just going to be looking like this. But yeah, I'm just going to take a brief break, and then we're going to start breaking down clad cards one by one. It's going to be cool. I'll be right back, chat. This will be short. All right, chat, we're back. Welcome, everybody, to my Ironclad tier list breakdown. We're going to be doing this on the untapped.gg website, as they now have a Slay the Spire 2 tier list maker. And that's going to let me make a tier list that I can very easily share in link format that will allow you to view the entire tier list after the fact. With comments on every card that you can read that will keep getting updated as the game updates. So I can only make a video one time, and that'll have all the current versions of the card locked in, but the link to the tier list will be evergreen and will keep getting updated as the game gets updated. Just one of the many benefits we get from our little platform shift here. Got some other cool things, like I can view a card and its upgraded form at the top here as well, which is going to make it easier to talk about cards one by one. I'm going to be ranking all of the cards on Ironclad in a F through S tier format here. Within the tiers, I'll try to order the cards from left to right in a way that makes sense, like with the leftmost card being the better of the tier. Synergies we'll talk about a little bit. In general, though, the tiering will be envisioning sort of like an Act 1 kind of somewhat blank slate, or maybe the overall takeability of a card. You can think of it as higher tier cards are more frequently takeable. They solve answers more efficiently. They solve more fights than cards that are in lower tiers. So yeah, you can think of it as a kind of how often do you pick it sort of ranking. Of course, with Slay the Spire being a game that's as context-specific as it is, that even a bad card can be good at times. And there's definitely nuance around everything. With each card, we'll be spending a little bit of time talking about the cards one by one and trying to explain when they can be good, as well as why they might not be good in certain circumstances. With that said, this will be a pretty long video, so we should dive right on into things with the very first card alphabetically in the commons, which is Anger, of course. Anger does a little bit of damage and then puts a copy of itself into your discard pile. This is a card that came from the first game as well. Anger is very notable for just being a really good early game attack that you can splash into your deck. A zero-cost strike effectively is significant improvement in output relative to a lot of other attacks that you can add to the deck, as well as it significantly improves your starting deck. The self-duplication nature of it can be both an upside and a downside, but I would say usually is an upside, especially if you've got good card draw. What makes Anger especially good in Slay the Spire 2, though, is the existence of enchantments, which can be applied to a wide variety of cards for static effects, but Anger in particular is a especially good recipient of enchantments, and that's because enchantments add their effect at the bottom of the card, which happens in this case after Anger adds a copy of itself to your discard pile. There are a number of enchantments in this game that have an effect the first time that you play the card, such as Swift. You can get Swift 1 on Anger from the Wing Charm. You can get Swift 3 on Anger from Nunu's Ancient Blessing. You can get bonus damage on the first hit, the Vigorous enchantment from something. And you can get replay on the first play of the card as well, in a couple of different ways, from Nunu or from Niao. And in all of these cases, the copy of Anger that is created still has the pristine enchantment. It'll be considered the first time you're playing the card. And so that allows you to benefit multiple times from what should be a one-time use enchantment, which is pretty dang cool. All of these things combined means that Anger, I think, is a very excellent card. I wouldn't put it in the very highest tier, but it's definitely an A-tier card in this game. There's a lot of ways to boost the damage as well. And it's a card that you can have be a damage plan if you end up with a good draw engine. And Ironclad has a lot of ways to draw lots of cards, too. Pillage and Vicious can both draw enough cards to make Anger an excellent damage engine. Even if unenchanted. So, A for Anger for sure. Yeah, very, very good card. I think Anger is one of the better attacks that Clad has access to. Next up is going to be Armaments. Which is the block card here. You get 5 block and upgrade a card in your hand. It upgrades to get all of the cards in your hand. And so the upgrade on this card scales really well the more cards that you can get in your hand at the same time. It's a nice defensive card for Underdocs, if that's the version of Act 1 that you're in. But it doesn't provide that much output on its own. I usually think of this as 5 block for the unupgraded version. 5 block immediately, plus either 3 block or 3 damage from whatever card you upgraded. Sometimes it can be something like 1 energy, which is also pretty good. The upgraded version isn't that exciting on its own, with itself costing 1 energy. You're usually at most upgrading 2 other cards that you're playing, and Ironclad's often paying 2 energy for one of his cards, so realistically you're not often playing more than 1 card that you would upgrade anyway. But you do still see benefits if you draw back into those cards, which gives this card a lot of utility in longer fights like boss fights. But in general, I don't like Armaments that much unless you can get more than 5 cards in your hand. It's really good with things like Battle Trance, or any other way to draw a lot of cards, Offering, Centennial Puzzle, Bag of Prep. These all make Armaments a lot better, but I don't think it's all that good on its own. I put it around B tier because it just doesn't have enough impact in Act 1 to be premium. That's kind of how I feel about it. It's not premium, but it is good. Solid. Solid card. Next up is going to be Bash, one of the starting cards for Clad. We'll rank this too. Bash is your starting Vuln source. 2 cost for 8 damage plus 2 Vuln. Upgrades to 10 damage, 3 Vuln. Sometimes, at least in the starting deck, playing unupgraded Bash is actually worse than playing 2 strikes. You'll actually miss out on damage if you can't play at least 2 strikes during the vulnerable of the Bash. So depending on your draws, it's not even better than Strike, which can be awkward. That said, it is a useful source of vulnerable all game long, but Clad does have a lot of other better ways to get this function. I mean, that's kind of emblematic of a starting card. I wouldn't call it good, but it's a perfectly serviceable card. We'll put Bash in C tier. It's a curse all game long. It can be. It can also be a good upgrade in Act 1 if you don't have another source of vulnerable. So it's kind of like Venerate on Regent, excuse me, the star card. If you get better star cards, then Venerate is just trash that you should remove. But if you don't get better star cards, then you'd better upgrade Venerate, because boy, howdy, do you need that effect. So if you can't get the effect in another way, it's actually quite good. But yeah, there's lots of things that outclass it. Tons of things that outclass it. In fact. All right. What is next? Next is going to be Bloodwall. The 2-cost common block. You have to lose 2 health, but you get 16 block. It's kind of like 2-cost 14 block, except you're always losing at minimum 2. It's a little bit of a weird card, because the point of playing block cards is to not lose health, but you have to lose health when you play it. And that makes it feel a bit weird to me. That said, it is just really good block for the cost. And if you upgrade it, it's even better. It goes to 20, so that's effectively 18 block for 2 energy. In addition, you're activating self-damage synergies. This can give you strength from Rupture. This can make Terra Sunder hit an additional time. If you have the Tongue Relic, then you can get the cost refunded. I like Bloodwall a lot in Underdogs. I think it's a good card against Waterfall Giant. I think it's a good card against the Coral Guy. But it's not something I'm leaping... I'm super excited to take because of that guaranteed health loss each time you play it. So I think I put Bloodwall somewhere in B tier. Probably above Armaments. Yeah, probably above Armaments. But not super excited. Nice with Tungsten Rod, too. Yeah, that's true. It has some nice interactions with Body Slam. In general, I'm not a huge fan of the self-damage synergies on Clad. I gotta explore that a bit more. Next up is gonna be Bloodletting. Bloodletting is now a common card. Used to be an uncommon card in the first game. Still upgrades to give you 1 more energy for the cost of 3 health here. And this is one of the better sources of energy generation on Clad. Clad has a lot of different ways to both draw more cards and get more energy, and therefore just play a lot of cards, specifically attacks usually. And this is, again, one of the best ways to get that going. It's a card that you can find all over the place, because it's a common. You may see it multiple times per run, and you may indeed want multiple copies. Has nice synergy with some of the Ironclad relics, has a nice upgrade, and is just generally hyper efficient. Even the base unupgraded version is usually a nice addition to the starting deck, because that 2 additional energy lets you throw down 2 more cards, therefore saving you more than 3 hit points. So it's even good to just throw in the starting deck. This is an S tier card for sure. This is just a good card all around. It combos with lots of stuff. It lets you have lots of output. It's just a really good engine enabling card. Yeah. Clad has a ton of ways, like I said, Clad has a ton of ways to make energy. This is basically one of the only ones that's reusable, though. That's part of what makes it so good. All right, next up is going to be Body Slam. Kind of a legendary card. This is an interesting card, for sure, especially in Spire 2. Body Slam is very notable for being an attack that upgrades to be 0 cost, which is a very precious thing on Clad and in Slay the Spire 2 in general. Because energy is a little bit harder to come by. In addition to that, there's lots of different ways to get tons of block in this game. Big block cards like Bloodwall, powers that multiply the block output that you have, and there are relics that can give you lots of additional block too, like Vambrace. I think that means this is a weird card to rank, actually. It's a very bad card at the start of the game. But I think the further you get into the game, the better it is. So Body Slam to me is more of an Act 3 card than an Act 1 card. but I think it's a very good card for Act 3. I'm probably going to put it in the somewhere in the bottom of A tier. I don't think it's a really good A tier card. You could even justify putting it in B for Body Slam, but I think I'm going to put it in A. Yeah, low A tier for me. Especially if you get it upgraded for free, Body Slam can be game-winning on its own. It's also very much possible to build a deck that has this as essentially its only attack, which is crazy good. In addition to that, there's a number of colorless cards that work really well with Body Slam. We'll probably talk about a few colorless cards at the end of the tier list, actually. There are a couple of cards that I think work especially well on Clad. Next up is going to be Breakthrough. Breakthrough is a area damage common. I think Clad's only area damage common. You lose 1 health and you deal damage to all enemies. Notably, has a very good upgrade. +4 damage to every enemy is pretty nice. I think this is a very takeable early game card. This is a really nice card to take to give you something that can hit all enemies in your first elite fight, since both Act 1s have a elite fight featuring 4 different enemies. Having an attack that can hit all of them is very nice, and Breakthrough is quite good at that. Breakthrough is also very notable for hitting you for only 1 damage. Obviously, the least amount of self-damage that you can do, and therefore the most efficient way to activate any kind of self-damage synergy, be it Rupture or adding additional hits to tear asunder. That said, the relatively low damage output of Breakthrough, as well as a number of better options for Clad, mean I'm never that excited about having a Breakthrough in my deck. So I think I'm putting it in high B tier. I could see certain playstyles, if you really value getting into self-damage synergies, I could see ranking this higher. I currently don't rank the self-damage synergy that exceptionally high, so I don't think that highly of Breakthrough. But it is a perfectly good first AoE card. B is for Breakthrough. And C is for Cinder. Cinder is Ironclad's 2-cost common attack. You deal 18 or upgraded 24 damage, and you exhaust a card at random in your hand. Not really big fan of this card. Having access to exhaust can be nice, but random exhaust is relatively untrustworthy. Ask anyone who plays an unupgraded True Grit how good it feels. There's a reason that we like upgrading True Grit to target the card that you exhaust. But Cinder does not give you that option. If this let you target the card, I think it'd be quite good. But without the card targeting choice on it, it's not that good. It's a very takeable 2-cost attack for the early game. But I don't even think it's the best 2-cost attack you can get in the early game. So I'm going to put it down in C tier here. It's not terrible, but I don't love it. How would this compare to Sever Soul from the first game? I would say Sever Soul has more applications than Cinder does, usually. Next up is going to be the very basic starter card, the Defend. Defends on Clad are definitely useful. You like having Defends in your deck. They might get upgraded during the course of your run. They might get enchanted during the course of your run. And you are going to be using them to some extent, usually all run. It doesn't feel like you remove these too often. So I'm going to rank them down towards the bottom of C here. They're definitely lower than Cinder. In general, it doesn't feel like Clad really wants to remove any of the cards from his starting deck that badly. That's currently how I feel. Clad feels like he wants to put his money towards other greater purposes. What about Havoc? Havoc is a 1-cost skill that upgrades to 0 cost. That's actually a very good upgrade. Anytime you can reduce the cost of a reusable card, you have a really powerful upgrade that you're looking at. Plays the top card of the draw pile and exhausts it. This is a bit of an unreliable effect. You don't usually know what card you're going to exhaust, and there are very few ways to put a card on top of your deck. Mostly just Headbutt, I think, and the card Thinking Ahead in the colorless pool. It's nice for being able to let you cheat energy. Yeah, there's no frozen eye in this game to let you see what the top card is. No relic that can tell you what the top card is. I don't rank Havoc very highly at all. In fact, I think I put it round in D tier, and that's part of because it's a card that doesn't really add much to your starting deck. If you take this card on floor 1, you might have worse outcomes in the first fights than if you just didn't have it at all. And that's definitely the hallmark of a D tier card for me. If you see this card upgraded for free, it is a lot better. And if you have a way to ensure that it doesn't hit a card you don't want to, then it also gets a lot better. Another reason Havoc is a card I rated lowly, both in this game and in the first game, is that Ironclad has a lot of cards that you don't just want to randomly play. Cards like Second Wind and Fiendfire, cards that will delete every other card that your hand has. If you have any of these cards in your deck, then you can't really risk playing Havoc, because it might delete your entire hand. So you can't play the Havoc, and then it just kind of sucks. It's usually how I'm feeling about it. Not to say you can't use Havoc or do good things with Havoc, but it's pretty niche, is how I'm feeling. Yeah, currently there's no way to see the draw pile in order. All right, Headbutt. Headbutt's a card I like quite a bit in Spire 2. Headbutt offers good upfront damage. It's a great floor 1 pick at 9 damage for 1 energy. And the secondary effect of letting you put a card from your discard pile on top of your draw pile is also useful. Yeah, the all reliable. Headbutt is allowing you to play your most impactful cards again, effectively, and you have the option of either leaving that card in the draw pile till next turn, or drawing into it and playing it immediately. There's some pretty good targets for Headbutt. You can Headbutt Rampage to do more damage turn over turn. You can Headbutt Battle Trance to draw even more cards on multiple consecutive turns. Or you can just Headbutt your best upgraded card, or better yet, your best enchanted card or an ancient card. There are super powerful cards you can get in this game, more so than in the first game, like special one-time only cards that are effectively your boss reward. And Headbutt's ability to let you play those again is especially nice. I put Headbutt in a very high tier. I rank it as an A tier attack. I'm basically always happy to have a Headbutt. Yeah, Thrash as well. Very good target for Headbutt. Or a powerful colorless card, too. Yeah, in general, the trend towards higher power individual cards means the ability to manipulate your draw pile has more value. That's how I feel about it. So I think Headbutt's quite good. What about Iron Wave? It's damage and it's block. 5577. This is also returning, of course, from the first game. It was a pretty underwhelming card in Spire 1. I think it's a little bit better in Spire 2, mostly because it's a nice card in Underdocs for allowing you to do both damage and block at the same time. And so I think it's a pretty solid card. I don't really like it if I'm in Overgrowth in Act 1, but in Underdocs, it's a really nice way to both block and attack at the same time. I'm going to stick it in B tier for being a solid and flexible card. Also benefits from both strength and dexterity, separately on the block and damage. It can take a variety of enchantments. Scales well with a number of things. So there's a solid number of ways to improve the output of Iron Wave, but you're never really looking to build an Iron Wave deck. So it's just a solid little common card. Next up is Molten Fist. Deal 10 damage, double the enemy's vulnerable, and exhaust. Upgrades for +4 damage, which is nice normally, but because it exhausts, you only get to use this one time, and so I don't think the upgrade is very good on Molten Fist. Molten Fist, I think, is most noteworthy for being both a Vuln Applier and an exhaust card, so you can... I guess Tremble does that now too, though. Hard to imagine situations where you want Molten Fist early. Could be a nice way to extend Vulnerable. Unless you play it on the same turn as Bash, it's only going to give you 1 Vuln if you don't have an upgraded Bash. And if you do have an upgraded Bash, do you need to apply more Vulnerable? See, these are the questions I struggle to answer with a card like Molten Fist. It can be very good if you have Dominate for allowing you to stack a ton of Vulnerable, or Bully. So I think those are the 2 main use cases, is with Dominate and Bully, but I think that's because Dominate and Bully are good cards, not because Molten Fist is a good card. So I personally don't have a high opinion of this card. I don't think it's a very good addition to your starting deck. It works well with some of the cards that are already strong, but those cards work well without the Molten Fist. I think it's a very conditional card. Yeah, I'm putting this down in C tier. I guess I'll put it above Defend. C for conditional. Next up is Perfected Strike. Perfected Strike deals a little bit of damage, and then more damage based on every card that you have with Strike in it. That counts both itself and, of course, your 5 starting strikes, so by default, Perfected Strike is 18 damage for 2 energy, which is exactly the same damage that Cinder does. Perfected Strike, of course, gets better if you have more Strike cards in your deck. So it's somewhat tempting if you have Perfected Strike to just keep adding more copies of Strike cards, but I don't actually think all of the Strike cards are very good with Perfected Strike. Pommel Strike is great, and more copies of Perfected Strike are great, but I don't think Twin Strike or Setup Strike work very well with a Perfected Strike deck, so just because a card says Strike on it doesn't mean you should be taking it with this card. One of the cool things that can happen with Perfected Strike is, of course, Clone, where you can make the Perfected Strike start copying itself, and then you can end up with hundreds of Perfected Strikes that all do hundreds of damage, and that's extremely cool and very fun. I've yet to have that run on stream, but I'm sure I will get there someday. But I don't think the possibility of Clone is enough to make Perfected Strike that exciting. Also, I guess another notable call-out here is the Soldier's Stew Potion, which can add replay to all Strike cards, which makes Perfected Strike in particular really strong. So if you happen to have that potion, then this can be nice, but that's only something you get to use in one fight, usually. It's an okay enough card for the early game, and there are a couple of ways to scale it, but I think overall I don't put it all that high. I'm going to put it in C tier, currently the highest ranked of the C tier cards. That is my feeling there. Next up is Pommel. Deal 9 damage, draw a card, has of course that legendary upgrade for 1 more damage and 1 more card. This is a very spammable attack for Clad. And has more synergies than it did in the first game. Yeah, the best common attack, I think, is an accurate statement here, for sure. Pommel Strike is takeable at any stage of the game. It gives you immediate draw and damage, which is great from floor 1. And then the more energy generation you have, which Clad has a lot of ways to do, then the better this becomes. It's great in multiple copies. Works really well with the Hellraiser power. It's really good with Strike Dummy, which is easier to find now. It's just quite nice all around. And so I'm sticking this in S. I think this is a very excellent card in Spire 2. One of the best the attacks that Clad can have. Good stuff. Another Strike card up next, Setup Strike. Gives you damage and then 1 turn strength. And both of those numbers improve on the upgrade. Setup Strike's a bit of a weird card. You got to pay some of your energy getting your bonus strength, and then you only have a little bit of energy left after that to utilize the strength. This can be nice with multi-hit or strength scaling cards, but Clad just doesn't have that many of those. And has even fewer that can be effectively used alongside the Setup Strike. You might also have to, you have to actually draw this card alongside the other attacks you want to use it with. It doesn't add all that much damage added to the starting deck, although it is a perfectly adequate floor 1 card. All in all, I don't have a high opinion of this one. I think it's going down in the C tier with Molten Fist. I'll rank it slightly above Molten Fist. But yeah, I'm not too impressed with Setup Strike. Not a good card with Hellraiser either. I think you'd rather have other cards. Yeah, very awkward with Bash. Which one do you play first? Becomes a weird question to answer. It's nice enough with something like Sword Boomerang, but I don't know. I'm not impressed. Next up, Shrug It Off, the block card that also draws only one card, but upgrades for more block. Clad can definitely struggle with blocking. And Shrug It Off is one of the better ways to get block. This card is rarely exceptional. It doesn't have any super powerful synergies, but it is just good block. And the more energy you have, the more you appreciate Shrug It Off. And like I said, Ironclad has a lot of ways to gain energy. So I think this is a very solid block. I'm putting it probably in A tier. I'm very happy with this on floor 1 in Underdogs, especially. A very takeable card. Yeah, I like it. I like it quite a bit. Yeah, very solid card. Not a lot to say on it. It does something very basic here, right? It's just good. It's just good. Strike. A classic. You can't live with him, can't live without him. Actually, no, you can live with him. I think Clad, more than basically any other character in Slay the Spire 2, wants to keep his starting strikes. They are remarkably flexible. You can improve their damage with Vulnerable. You can improve their damage with Strength. You can find Strike Dummy. You can get enchantments on them, like Soup from Tezcatara. Tezcatara's Soup is actually super, pun intended, super good for Clad. It makes all your strikes free, and then you can use the myriad of card draw options that Clad has to just draw into all of your strikes and play a crapload of attacks every single turn. It's a surprisingly effective strategy and does a lot of damage. That said, there are, of course, lots of attacks that are better than Strike, usually. It's not a great card, but it's a good card. I'd actually rank Strike maybe higher than Defend on Clad. Feels weird. I really wouldn't want to remove more than one Strike on Clad, usually. So I'll put it slightly above Defend, actually. As Clad more than anybody else, actually likes his strikes. Next up is Sword Boomerang. Deal 3 damage to a random enemy 3 times. Sword Boomerang is a bit of an unreliable card. It doesn't offer very much damage up front, right? 9 damage is all that this does if you don't have any strength. That's the same as Pummel Strike, except there's no useful upside. In fact, there's a downside, which is that the damage is randomly targeted. So just the base value of this card is very low compared to other Ironclad attacks. The intention behind Sword Boomerang is that you boost the damage with strength or with an enchantment, and that gets even stronger if you upgrade it because it hits one more time. So with certain relics or damage boosts, Sword Boomerang can be quite strong. The problem is that most of those power-ups are rather hard to come by. You cannot guarantee you're ever going to find any of them. And a lot of them aren't all that good either. Demon form. So I have not been impressed with Sword Boomerang very much. We've had a couple runs that used it okay, but in general, I'm just not impressed. And so I'm going to rank Sword Boomerang pretty low here. Put it below Molten Fist, actually. I think Molten Fist has maybe even more use than Setup Strike. Move Molten Fist up slightly. For me, it's a C-tier card. Thunderclap is a bit weird, too. I also find Thunderclap kind of falls into this category as well. 4 damage to all enemies and 1 vuln. The amount of vuln Thunderclap provides is really underwhelming. It's not very exciting. And neither is the damage. So it's a card that does 2 things, but it's bad at doing both of those things. This does have a noteworthy interaction with the card Vicious, but I don't think that makes Thunderclap good. That makes Vicious good. So for me, this is a bit of a C-tier card, I think. This is another low-ranking attack. This is definitely not something I'm happy to pick up in the first few floors, because it just doesn't do enough. It can be nice to combo with an area effect card like Thunderclap, or rather Whirlwind, excuse me. It's nice to combo with something like Whirlwind, but again, just like Setup Strike, you have to actually draw them together. It's not great. But it is noteworthy for that activation with Vicious. Next up is Tremble. You apply Vuln one time and you exhaust. This card doesn't do any damage directly, it's just vulnerable on one target, although it is a nice amount for 1 energy. It's an okay addition to the starting deck. And it does activate exhaust energies, so it has some noteworthy stuff. I think this is either high C or low B. I'm going to maybe rank it low B. It's a very splashable Vuln card. If you have something like Bully or Dominate, it's quite good. But a lot of the times, I guess it's an acceptable alternative to upgrading Bash in a lot of fights, too. The upgrade for 1 more Vuln just does not seem very whelming. It's definitely better after the change that added the exhaust and more Vuln. Used to be reusable 2 Vuln. It's not very good then. Yeah, it's no terror, but it's solid. It does the job. Low B for me. All right, next up is going to be True Grit. Gain block and you exhaust a card at random from your hand. If you want to choose the target, you have to upgrade it. I think True Grit is not quite as exciting as it was in the first game. The exhaust synergies aren't quite as good as they were in Spire 1. But it's typically held up there as a card that's good alongside Shrug. I feel like it's not as good as Shrug in Spire 2 because of that necessary upgrade. It's a bit of an upgrade hog. When you have the upgraded version of the card, it feels great. But it can be a little tricky to use otherwise. Yeah, it's still nice for status removal. And with clever card ordering, you can still get the job done with the True Grit minus, at least most of the time. But I haven't liked it as much as I did in Spire 1. I think it's B tier for me. I find that this is struggling to get the job done. Although it is a nice part of an exhaust engine, allowing you to like thin out your deck by exhausting your cards. I haven't found as much use for it this time around. It's definitely slow compared to some of the other options for Clad. So not a high rank for me for True Grit. All right, the last common card here is going to be Twin Strike. Hit twice. It does damage. And it upgrades for even more damage. It's a decent enough floor 1 card. It does pretty good damage for 1 energy. And it has essentially double scaling from strength, which was a big draw in the first game. In the second game, however, I don't feel like I'm getting strength that much. This does become a very good pickup if you have an early strike dummy. That's worth calling out. This is a really good card with strike dummy. But barring some kind of enhancement to its damage, it just doesn't quite do enough to feel competitive. So this is a C-tier attack. I like it more than a lot of the other cards in Act 1. I think I'll put it slightly below Cinder. Yeah, it's an acceptable floor 1 card, but it's just not that exciting. Yeah, not quite. All right, time to rank the uncommons here, starting with Ashen Strike. And time to drink some water, too. I've been yapping for quite a while. Winmore is Ashen Strike. I found that Ashen Strike is it's a bit of a weird card. The base value is, as you note, quite weak. Only 6 damage. It's just a strike. but the additional damage per card in the exhaust pile can scale really hard. This is a very impressive card with a very high top end. The low end of this is quite weak. If the first time you draw this, it might not do much, but there are many, many, many ways to exhaust a lot of cards on Clad. Even just your starting curse, the Ascender's Bane, if you're playing on Ascension 5 or higher, improves the damage of this card substantially to the point where it's already kind of takeable on floor 1. It's amazing against any enemy that adds statuses like Entomancer. It's amazing if you have a reusable source of card exhaust like True Grit or Burning Pact or anything else. Was really good against the Doormaker boss fight, but that's no longer true. But it is also good against Aeon Glass, because Aeon Glass adds statuses that you exhaust. So it's also good in that endgame boss fight. Yeah, this card can do very enormous damage. I think I'm going to rank this in A tier for me. This has been a very high performer in the Acts 2 and 3 especially. Just like Body Slam, it's not a great Act 1 card, although it can be. This can accelerate much faster than... I'm actually going to rank this above Anger. It's not as good on floor 1 as Anger, though. Rank it below Anger. Yeah, it's not a very good floor 1 card, but it is so good for the mid to late game if you can work with it. A very impressive card for me. Easy to see this doing 100 damage. That's saying something. Alright, next up is going to be none other than Battle Trance. 0 cost, draw 3 cards. You cannot draw any more cards this turn. Turning off your card draw is definitely annoying, but you are allowed to play this after your other card draw sources, usually, which makes this a pretty dang good card. I don't like it quite as much as I did in Spire 1. There are more conditions where it's not useful, but overall it's a very splashable, very good source of card draw. I think this barely misses the check for S for me, and instead goes into high A. A very good card. Very good target for Headbutt. Almost any deck, like I said, wants at least 1 copy of this card, and it's a good upgrade in most of those decks as well. But you don't want lots of copies of it, and there are some interactions that make it bad. Especially if you're using Vicious for card draw or Dark Embrace for card draw, can make Battle Trance kind of bad. So if you've got a rare draw power, the Battle Trance falls off pretty hard. Alright, now for an extremely important question. Where do I rate the Bonk? The Bludgeon. 3 cost, deal 32 damage, upgrades to deal 42 damage. This card is uncommon in Slay the Spire 2. It was previously a rare card in the first game, where it was one of the best early game cards. And I think that it is just as good in the early game in Spire 2. If you see this in your first card reward, you're very happy with it. In addition to that, there's actually a number of ways to play this card for free, such as Stampede. I've liked Bludgeon a lot in my, admittedly, somewhat limited experience with it, but the myriad of ways to both cheat it into play as well as to multiply the damage that it deals makes it a solid A for me. Probably just above Headbutt, actually. I'm really happy to see this in Act 1. And you can even build a deck that incorporates Bludgeon in a major way. Works with an Unrelenting. Works with Thrash. Works with any Snecko effect. Works with actually Havoc. Works with Stampede. So there's a lot of ways to use Bludgeon, like, really effectively. So I like it a lot. Next up is going to be Bully. Bully is a 0-cost attack that scales its damage with the amount of vulnerable on the target. And I think this is a very good card. This could be a win condition on its own. if you can scale your vulnerable somehow. I don't think it's quite S tier. If you just add it to the starting deck, then it's 4 damage without vuln. If you have 1 vulnerable, it does 9 damage, which is the same as Anger would do. You need 2 or more vulnerable for Bully to feel good, which is easier said than done. But it's also not that hard to get significantly more than 2 vuln. If you have good sources of vuln application, then this card gets real good real fast, which I think puts it in A tier for me, somewhere around Ashen Strike. Not as good as Ashen Strike, below Ashen Strike. Isn't it 10 with 1 vuln? It would be 4 plus 2, right? Yeah, 4 plus 2. The Bully Plus would do 10, but Bully Minus does 9. 4 plus 2 multiplied by 1.5, 6. All right, who's next? It's time for Burning Pact. It's card draw and card exhaust. Upgrades for more draw, which is a very valuable upgrade in general. Ironclad definitely likes drawing cards. I wouldn't call this his best card draw card, but it's definitely up there. Especially for allowing you to exhaust a card at the same time. Get rid of statuses, get rid of bad starter cards, get rid of curses. You know, whatever you need to lose. Burning Pact can help you with that. But it does need sources of energy to thrive. Definitely don't think of this as an S tier card. It's not a very takeable card in Act 1 is the main problem. You don't, in Act 1, usually want to spend energy on just drawing more cards, which kind of limits your ability to take this early. But the further into the run you get, the better it usually is. I think this is a solid A tier for me as well. Yeah, we'll put that in A tier. Let's see, let's shrink down a little bit. Whoopsie-doo. Perfect. Yeah, I won't be able to... I'll try my best to show all the cards on screen at the same time towards the end here. But we are going to lose sight of some of the lower tiers as our cards fill up here. Just the nature of ranking so many cards at the same time. You cannot put them all on the same screen and have them be readable or legible at the same time. That's just not going to work out. So we will have some of the cards obscured for a while. That's just how it is for now. All right, going further down into the uncommons here, Colossus. This was demoted from rare card as an explicit buff to the character. You gain block and you receive 50% less damage from enemies who are vulnerable this turn, which is a ludicrous amount of damage reduction in addition to already giving block. This is a ridiculous card. If you have Vuln, this is just the best defensive card on the character. Full stop. It's just so good. Doesn't exhaust, so you can use it over and over and over again. If you play multiple copies, it stacks the effects across multiple turns. Just an incredible card. So this is straight to S tier. I'm going to rank it above Bloodletting even. Just a glorious card. Next up is going to be Dismantle. Deal 8 damage. If the enemy is vulnerable, it hits twice. So it's like a conditional better Twin Strike. This is part of why I ranked Twin Strike low, is that Dismantle is here. I like Dismantle a lot as a early game card. If you just put it in the starting deck, it's very reliable to get it to hit twice. And it does enough damage that you can just delete all of the Act 1 encounters, which is really nice. That said, I have found that it kind of falls off in the later game. You're not able to amplify the damage that easily. It doesn't work all that well with Strength. It doesn't work all that well with Vuln. So it's a really good early game pickup, but I don't find it an essential piece of the late game, which is, I think, a really good definition of a B tier card. We'll put it in high B. I like it more than Breakthrough, so we'll put it at the top of B. Next up is, speaking of cards that work with Vuln, Dominate. Dominate gives you 1 strength for each Vuln on the enemy and applies an immediate 1 Vuln, so it's generally 1 strength immediately, or 2 if upgraded, and apply Vuln. And then, of course, if they already had Vuln, then you still get the Vuln, plus you get way more strength. This is not just a card that's offering immediate damage multiplication in 2 dimensions by adding this is essentially one card that adds both flat damage and then multiplies your total damage for an attack. So this is twofold damage scaling in one card, which is kind of crazy. And then multiple copies of it just scale with each other. So having multiple dominates gets crazy good because you're applying more Vuln and gaining more strength. Really good with Dupe Potion. It says Exhaust on it, so it also interacts with Exhaust synergies. There's a lot of things to like about Dominate, and so I'm putting it in S tier with Colossus. Dominate is extremely good. This is, I think, the best strength gain card on Clad at the moment. It gives you tons of strength for low cost and has additional utility, which I can't say of any other card. Drum of Battle. I don't think 0 cost is accurate for this, right? Yeah, this is showing incorrectly as a power. Oh yeah, because this is the old version of this. That's right. This is the main branch version of Drum of Battle is still the power that draws cards and exhausts a card every turn at the top of your draw pile. I'm not going to talk about this version of Drum of Battle too much because on the beta branch it's been deprecated, and so too will it be on the main branch soon. The main branch version of this card is now a version that gives you energy when you exhaust it, or you can play it to draw cards, so it's a little bit flexible. Both versions of the card are kind of wonky card draw options that are largely outclassed by other things that Clad can do for card draw, so I rank both versions of this card pretty low. We're going to put it down in C tier, just barely above the starting cards. Don't have a lot to say on that at the moment. Let's talk about cards that exist, like Evil Eye. 8 block, upgrades to 11. Double this effect if you exhausted a card this turn. This is a ludicrously strong upside for a somewhat trivial activation effect, which makes this card kind of insane. Even if you can only just block 8 or 11 with it, it's pretty solid as an early game card. And then if you activate the secondary effect, like I said, it's just ludicrously efficient. Kind of like the multi-block Doom card on Necrobinder. Evil Eye also benefits twice from Dexterity, as both instances of block get buffed. So we're sticking this right in S. I think this is one of the best block cards on the character at the moment. Pretty ridiculous. Next up is going to be Expect a Fight. We gain energy for each attack in our hand, but you cannot gain any more energy this turn. The secondary clause on this is to prevent you from forming an infinite combo using this card. Beforehand, it would have been in S tier alongside Bloodletting, but now because you can only use this once per turn, it's a little bit more limited. It's still a very good energy generating card, especially the upgraded version, which effectively gives you 1 more energy by costing 1 less. For Ironclad, it's actually surprisingly easy to get 5 or more attacks into your hand. There are a number of ways to draw lots of cards, especially lots of attack cards, such as Pillage and Aggression can both get you specifically attack cards into your hand. And that makes Expect a Fight generate a surprising amount of energy sometimes. Enough to allow you to throw down lots of big attack cards. I'm putting this in A tier. It's a little bit conditional, but it is overall quite excellent at generating energy. Feel No Pain is up next in our ranking here. Whenever a card is exhausted, gain block. 3 base upgrades to 4. This is a fairly flexible power that can be tons and tons of block in the right deck, but it doesn't add much value to the starting deck. There are not encounters in Act 1 that add lots of exhausting statuses, like there were in Spire 1, which makes this not very takeable in Act 1, in my opinion. However, once you have a few exhaust cards, it becomes pretty good. So I'm no longer as much of a fan of taking this in the early game, but I think it's still a very good card. I'm going to put it in A tier. Not S tier, but A tier, somewhere around Shrug. It's good, but not incredibly amazing, exceptional. Just really good. Next on the list, Fight Me. Fight Me, tanks. You do damage twice, you get strength, the enemy gains strength. Only one strength, though. And if you upgrade it, you both do more damage and you get more strength. The damage acceleration this gives you is impressive, actually. 3 strength or 4 upgraded is quite a lot. And if you're doing damage at the same time, it makes it very easy to turn this card into just an instant win in a lot of encounters. The fact that you give the enemy strength is a little bit scary at first, but in practice you realize that you can often play this on a low health, weaker enemy in a multi-enemy fight that you're just killing anyway. Or you're playing it against an enemy that only attacks you one time, and so the added 1 damage is insignificant, whereas the damage that you gain is incredible. The high cost of this and the downside of improving the enemy's damage make this not an S tier card for me, merely an A tier card, but I think is a very good option. If you pick one of these up in the early game, then it allows you to do very tremendous damage, and you can just smash through a lot of encounters and collect relics and become strong. It's great. It's great. And another great card is Flame Barrier. You get block, and whenever you're attacked this turn, you do damage back. It's notable for being a very good 2 energy block card. It's just a lot of block for 2 energy. And the reflect attack, the reflect effect is quite nice. If you're not benefiting from the reflect effect, then you probably don't need the block. So the way that this card works is either you want both effects or you don't want to play it at all. So it's a nice multi-function 2-cost card because the effects are both relevant at the same time. And Slay the Spire 2 has a lot of enemies that hit multiple times. 4 or more times, even. There's numerous enemies in the Hive of Act 2 that have multi-attacks, especially the Entomancer with a ×8 multi-hit. And there's a bunch of other enemies that hit for numerous multi-hits as well. The Machine Gunner in Act 3, the Queen in Act 3. I really like this in early game underdogs because it's both a lot of block as well as being a really good card against the Garden Eels, because those attack you many times per turn as well. One of them will attack you ×3, and 2 of them will attack you for 1 hit at the same time. So you get 5 hits against the Gardener Eels. Terror Eel also hits you 3 times. It goes on and on. This card is just so much damage and block in so many fights that I'm going to rank it in A tier alongside Shrug. Just a great card. Forgotten Ritual. A one-time use energy gain card. If you've exhausted a card this turn, gain +2 energy or +3 if you upgrade it. So it's like a bloodletting that happens one time, but it exhausts. It's fine. It can also do nothing if you haven't exhausted any other cards. So bloodletting but worse is mostly what I'm hearing here from Forgotten Ritual. It can still give you a lot of free energy to use as you please, which is quite nice. I don't think I like it quite as much as Expect a Fight, but if you have an exhaust-oriented deck, then it's probably better. This feels like maybe a lower ranked A card for me, or maybe high B. Let's put it in high B, actually. I think it's a step below the other energy generation options, and that should be reflected in the tiering. Yeah, it works really badly with Second Wind. I could see there being some hands that make Forgotten Ritual quite awkward. Hemokinesis. You lose health, you deal 15 damage. The damage efficiency on this card is very high, allowing you to smash through early game fights. Although it costs you health, it does so much damage that it will save you in the long run, especially against something like the Bygone Effigy, the Feared Statue Elite of Act 1. This is a really good card to solve that fight. especially if you combine it with Vulnerable to really multiply the damage. It's a card that I don't often find myself upgrading because the further into the run I get, the less I play it, as I'm able to win fights without having to rely on using the damage from the Hemokinesis, but it's such a good early game card. And it has some notable interactions with Ironclad's self-damage cards that it's hard not to give this an A rating just for being such a good early game card. So I have to imagine that's where I'm going to stick it. Yeah, let's put that bad boy in A. Low A, mind you. I'm going to put it below Body Slam. Howl from Beyond. Damage to all enemies for 3 cost, but if you exhaust this, it plays itself at the start of the next turn automatically. Pretty big damage, especially if you upgrade it. The awkward thing for me with Howl from Beyond is that once it plays itself from the exhaust pile, it goes back into your discard pile, which is a very bizarre thing. Makes it feel very awkward. So you have to draw into it and then be able to exhaust it with another card. There's not that many cards that can exhaust an attack. Although Thrash is a good one. And then you have to keep doing that if you want to use it more than once. You can also just pay 3 energy to do big damage to all enemies. That alone can be worth it in certain circumstances, but it's not enough damage that it's going to kill everything on its own, usually. Which I think, for me, makes this a really awkward card. I'm putting this down in C tier for me. Because I have not found a lot of use. It's not D tier because there are uses for it, but I find it really tricky to make it work. It does go quite nice with the music box from Vaku in Act 3, if you happen to get that as your reward, because then you'll be able to create an ethereal copy that automatically exhausts itself, which will then get automatically played at the start of the next turn, which will create a new copy automatically. But you don't get an additional copy every single turn like you do with Bombardment, you just get 1 per turn. So it's not as exciting. Yeah, not that exciting of a card, ultimately. Alright, what is up next here? Next is going to be Infernal Blade. For 1 cost, add a random attack into your hand that is free to play this turn. It upgrades to be 0 cost. Another nice little way to activate exhaust effects, just with cards like Forgotten Ritual and Evil Eye being in the card pool, having a card like this can be quite nice. I think this could be a very solid early game card. It quite consistently provides decent damage for the cost of playing it. But you do have to acknowledge that there's a risk that it gives you something you cannot play or use meaningfully. Like it might give you a crappy Body Slam that does nothing because you have no block. Or it might give you a card that does damage to you, which you don't want to play, like Hemokinesis. Or it might give you the rare attack that doesn't do anything because you don't have enough cards in the exhaust pile. But sometimes it gives you a free bludgeon, and that's pretty sweet. The free bludgeon moments are definitely worth having this card occasionally. So I definitely don't mind this having this in Act 1, especially over some of the lower ranking commons. I'd happily take it over a Twin Strike or a Thunderclap or a Sword Boomerang, to be sure. This ends up in B tier for me. It's got enough synergies and interactions that it's quite solid. Put it just below Bloodwall. Yeah, high to medium B, I think. Could maybe even put it actually beside Forgotten Ritual here with the uncommons. Yeah, more hits than misses is definitely how I feel about it. Solid card. Solid card. Next up is going to be Inferno. Inferno says, at the start of your turn, lose 1 health, and whenever you lose health during your turn, you'll deal damage to all enemies. So essentially, anytime you activate a self-damage effect, you do damage to all enemies. I've heard a lot of praise for this card from other players, but I have yet to find a lot of use for it myself. Like I said, though, I'm not ranking all of the self-damage cards that highly. And I have not personally had a lot of good moments with Inferno. I can see it being solid, but most of the time that I want to play Inferno, I find that I cannot activate the effect immediately, and so it doesn't do anything the turn I play it, which is really unacceptable for a card that's supposed to hit all the enemies in the fight. You really want it to start popping off right away. So it feels to me like this card is hard to use without a bunch of self-damage cards in the deck, but why do you have a bunch of self-damage cards in your deck is also my question. And so I haven't found myself taking Inferno a lot. I'm personally putting it in high C tier. I acknowledge that this has a lot of uses, but in hundreds of hours of, well, in dozens of Ironclad runs, I have yet to find a situation where it's felt good for me. But I'm open-minded to changing that in the future. Like this is one of the tierings I'm least confident in, because I know this card can do good stuff. I just haven't seen it do it yet. A lot of powers to be ranked here in the uncommons. Next up is going to be Inflame. Gain strength right away. This is kind of the quintessential scaling option. It's enough damage amplification to get you through the early and mid-game kind of on its own, but it's a little bit inadequate for later unless you get multiple copies. Unfortunately, it just seems like Clad has better ways to gain strength and mostly dominate. Dominate and fight me. Give more strength faster and or are reusable in a way that Inflame is not. And so Inflame I haven't found being very exciting. I think it goes in C tier for me, actually. There's not enough strength payoffs on the character to make Inflame feel like a viable way to approach the end game, or strength in general, to feel like a particularly viable approach for the end game. This game is lacking something like Heavy Blade. There's no common card that can turn your strength into damage efficiently other than Sword Boomerang. I guess there is Sword Boomerang, but Sword Boomerang has its problems, notably not being very takeable early on and being very unreliable with the random targeting, which really spoils this strength interaction a lot of the time. And outside of Sword Boomerang, there's just not very many things that scale with strength. You have a couple attacks that hit twice, and we got the new Conflagration Rare to hit 4 times, but that's a specific rare card. And so there's not that many ways to actually turn your strength into damage properly. So I have not felt very good about Inflame. Next power-up is going to be Juggling. You add a copy of the third attack you play each turn into your hand. This is kind of like card draw, but it's card draw of a specific card. Kind of a weird card. This can allow you to make copies of cards that exhaust or are one-time use. Like we used this with Tanks' Whistle one time to create multiple copies of the whistle and keep stunning the enemy. That was quite fun. But the effect can be a little tricky. You have to play around it. The copy you might not be able to afford or play right away, and then it can clog your deck. But if you know what you're doing and you have the right setup, it can be game-breaking. That said, it doesn't add very much to the starting deck. It's a card with potential, but not a very early game takeable card, so I'm sticking it in around the middle of B tier here. Put it just below True Grit. Use it with bolas. I could see this being funny with bolas. I like it with Anger. It's especially good with something like Body Slam, actually. I think Body Slam could be very strong with Juggling. But it can also just get in your way. Next card up, Pillage. Draw cards until you draw a non-attack card. That is stupid. Why does the card say this? How has this ever been allowed? I'm not sure, but it's going in S tier. It's like Pommel Strike at worst. And at best, it's draw infinity cards. You would think that the maximum you could draw with this is 10 cards, but you can actually draw more than that. If you have Hellraiser in play, then any strike card you play gets automatically played as it's drawn by Pillage, and so Pillage can draw any number of strike cards and play them, you know, until you draw a non-attack card. And if you have no non-attack cards in your deck, and you play Pillage with Hellraiser, you actually have an infinite combo. You will just keep drawing and playing strikes over and over again until the enemy is dead, which is a little bit silly. This card is also absolutely cracked with something like Anger, because you can make a bunch of Angers, and then Pillage can draw all of the Angers, so you can play all the Angers again. Or it could just draw a whole bunch of cards, and then you play your Expect to Fight, and you gain tons of energy. There's a lot of very powerful applications for Pillage, and just in general, it gets better as you have less and less skills in your deck, which Ironclad is already pretty good at doing by just exhausting cards. So Pillage is, I think, kind of ridiculous. It's like Pommel Strike, but better, with the only notable downside being that it does less damage than Pommel Strike. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. Next up is going to be Rage. 0 cost whenever you play an attack this turn, gain 3 block. This is a funny card. This card was in Slay the Spire 1, and I don't think it was regarded very highly in Slay the Spire 1. I certainly don't remember using it very often in Spire 1, but in Spire 2 we have a different environment, an environment with less energy and more attacks. And both of these things make Rage a lot better. We also have lots of ridiculous card draw, like with Pillage. And so because of things like Pillage and such, I think Rage is actually insane, especially with the upgrade to be 5 block per attack. That's 5 block that ignores any frail or minus dex debuff that you might have, by the way. And a very takeable card in the early game. I think it's actually an S tier for me. You could maybe rank it in high A, but I'm going to rank it low S. I think it's just that efficient. With all of the ways that Clad has to draw and play lots of attacks per turn, this could be actually a pretty exceptional way to gain block. So I think it's very good. Very efficient card. Clad is really appreciating 0 cost cards, again, because of the enormous ways that Clad has to draw, some of which we haven't even looked at yet. Rampage, a classic. This was also in the first game. It got a buff compared to the first game of +1 damage, but I don't think that's enough to save this card. Rampage does damage and then increases its damage for the rest of the combat. This is just a crappier version of Thrash, right? Like, it does an acceptable effect on its own if you can replay it with Headbutt, or if you can exhaust other cards and draw back into it, then it can scale kind of decently, but there are cards that does what Rampage does. There are cards that do what Rampage does much better. And Rampage doesn't feel that exciting for the early game most of the time. I'm struggling to think of early game fights that it really helps with, other than the Act 1 boss, maybe. It's just not that exciting. It's an okay early game it's an okay early game pick, but it's just not good enough in my opinion. So it's going down in C tier with these other mediocre attack cards. Here, you're slightly worse than Twin Strike. Do I feel like there's no such thing as a Rampage deck in Slay the Spire 2? I think it'd be very tricky. You could have a Rampage run where you make it your main damage engine, but I feel like, again, it's just outclassed by a lot of the other options that you could use. Yeah, I don't think so. Not on A10 anyway. Next up, Rupture. Artwork a little bit off here, but the upgraded version looks fine. Whenever you lose health on your turn, gain strength. I think this is actually one of the better strength gain powers that Clad has in this game. It is easier to ping yourself for 1 damage in Slay the Spire 2. And so there's a lot of ways for Rupture to gain quite a bit of strength. More than you might expect. As well as a number of powers that you can use to activate this every turn. Which was also true in the first game, of course, but feels better now. I think Rupture struggles a bit. You can't really take this on floor 1, because you don't have any self-damage in the starting deck on Ironclad. So it's not a very good early game card, but under the right circumstances, it can get very strong. So I feel like it's one of those mid-tier cards. I'm going to put it in B. We'll put it with Breakthrough and Bloodwall. Seems appropriate. Yeah, this can be, especially with Terra Sunder, because then you gain damage per hit and more hits each time you take self-damage. But you can also just use this with a couple of self-damaging cards, like Brand especially would be very nice, or Crimson Mantle works pretty well, to really give you lots of strength in a fight. Brightest Flame, I believe will trigger this if you're at full HP. I'm not sure if it works if you're not at full HP. The losing of the max health. Yeah, I imagine this only works with Brightest Flame if you're at full health. Alright, how does Second Wind feel in Slay the Spire 2? This was a really good card in Slay the Spire 1. But in Slay the Spire 2, there's something missing. Something called Power Throw, which was traditionally a card that you would combo with this to gain tons of block, as well as negate the downside of the Power Throw. But in Slay the Spire 2, Ironclad doesn't have a way to generate statuses for himself, and so there's not a lot of non-attack cards that you're looking to exhaust in the same way. It can be definitely useful against enemies that add statuses to your deck, of which there are a number, especially Aeon Glass at the end of the game. Now in the beta branch gives you statuses that retain, so Second Wind is a very nice way to get rid of all of those at the same time. But the base value of the Second Wind is a little bit lacking. It's very hard to make a deck of cards that itself works with the Second Wind. So while I probably would have ranked this S tier in the first game, in the second game it feels more like a B tier card to me. A card that's good under certain conditions or against certain enemies, but doesn't have enough broad usefulness to make it a always include. Yeah, bring back Power Throw. Or Evolve, right? Because Evolve could also get you a lot of cards in hand with the Second Wind. And the stuff you're going to exhaust. You could also get Pyramid more often in the first game. This is a really good Pyramid card. So if you have Runic Pyramid or any kind of Retain, Second Wind becomes a lot better. Because then you have more cards in your hand. But yeah, it's a little underwhelming. Alright, let's talk about Spite. Spite will fester in your heart and kill you from within. Only forgiveness is the path to an unburdened life. Wait, no. We're talking about the card, not the actual emotion here. This is a card that's a bit weird. It's a 0-cost, deal 5. And only if you've lost health on your turn does it hit multiple times. If you can activate the effect, then it's really good value. Scales well with strength, just does good damage on its own. But if you can't activate the effect, then it is just anger, but worse. Although not much worse, mind you. So if you have no other option, then just taking a 0-cost deal 5 in Act 1 is perfectly fine. It's a perfectly good floor 1 card, even if not amazing. I think this is a B tier card for me. It's good under certain conditions in certain builds, but doesn't have enough on its own value to be a snap pick in the early floors. Nor does it solo carry the game in the right conditions, which is kind of what my criteria for an A-tier card is that something that's either so good you click on it right away, or it works so powerfully in the right build that it can win the game, like Body Slam and Ashen Strike. And Spite is neither of those things, so I'm putting it in B-tier. And another card that's going to go in probably B-tier here is Stampede. Stampede is a cool card, but it has some problems. Stampede says, at the end of your turn, a random attack in your hand is played against a random enemy. And we can already see one of the problems here, which is that we are using a certain word twice. And that word is random. Random attack, random enemy. 2 layers of RNG between you and your desired outcome is going to make this card a bit of a hard sell. This can have especially disastrous consequences in the Kaiser Crab fight, because randomly playing an attack on one of the claws in that fight will make you face that claw, which can actually increase the damage you're about to take. That said, the other problem with Stampede is that it's a 2-cost card, so it's a little bit hard to get in play, but you can at least upgrade it to mitigate that problem. So 2 layers of randomness aside, if you can control the parameters of Stampede, then it's actually not that bad. If you can exhaust the attacks in your hand such that, or just play them such that there's only one target, and say that target is Bludgeon, then it's pretty cool. If you can consistently get this to play a 2-cost attack every turn, it's quite solid. And so I think the top end on Stampede is pretty good. I'm going to put it just above Juggling here in B tier. But it's another card that's kind of awkward to stick in the starting deck. So I'm not a huge fan. Yeah, definitely not a huge fan. All right, next up, let's talk about Stomp. 12 damage to all enemies for 3 cost, which is terrible, but it gets 1 cheaper for each attack you've played. So if you play 3 strikes, then you just get to play Stomp for 0 cost, deal 12 or 15 to all. This is an excellent card to add in the early game. This is the area damage card you want to find on floor 1, not Breakthrough. It's this card. This is the good area card to get. The more attacks you have in the deck, the better it gets. It's very reasonable if you can play it for 1 cost, but if you can consistently get it to 0 cost, then it's incredible, although that's actually quite tricky. Sometimes you'll have to pay 2 or 3 for this, but it can still be worth it just for the ability to hit all those pesky enemies. I think you could rank this either at the bottom of S or high A. I'm going to put it up high A, just below Anger, I think is where I'm going to put it here. It's also especially good if you can generate free attacks, like with an attack potion or with the crossbow relic in Act 3 from tanks. Stone Armor. This is the replacement we got for Metallicize. You get more block per turn, but the block per turn goes down by 1 per turn. So it starts at 4, upgrades to 6. I think the upgrade is a lot better. It's a pretty good card upgraded. Unupgraded, I'm not that big a fan. I think it's a very good card if you have plating from the Gorget already. And it's a good card in multiple copies. Because the plating decays at a rate of 1 per turn no matter what, the more plating you stack, the better it begets, basically. So if you have other sources of plating for any reason, this gets a lot better. That said, it's not that exciting. I think this is an okay card in Underdogs Act 1, but I'm not usually leaping to take this card otherwise. Doesn't feel like a C-tier card to me. It's useful enough, consistently enough in the early game that I think it's probably a B tier. We'll rank it above Stampede and Juggling as it's a bit better in the starting deck. Yeah, really nice with Glam. I can agree. Yeah, like I said, if you... 1 copy of Stone Armor is just, like, bad, but then 3 copies is actually pretty good. It's kind of weird. It's the opposite of how I felt about Metallicize in Spire 1, where I thought it was a good one-off, but not a good multiple copies of. But the higher base value on this card makes it more impactful. Taunt. Block and Vuln. The upgrade gives you more block and Vuln. There's not a lot to complain about with this card. This gives you 2 things that you want that are very nice. So I'm going to stick it right next to Shrug. Great card. It's like Shrug It Off, but better if you have Vicious, which is excellent. I could see that ranking this higher for a particular playstyle, for sure. It's a pretty solid card all around. Not a whole lot to say about it, right? It is block and Vuln. Ironclad likes Vuln. The upgrade on this is quite nice, especially. It's relatively rare to find a card that upgrades for plus Vuln and something else. So it's definitely a card that wants an upgrade. Yeah, better question is when you're not taking taunts. I don't understand the question. Yeah. Seems like a good card. Getting towards the end of the uncommons here with Unrelenting. 16 or upgraded 18? That's a big upgrade, actually. I didn't realize it was plus 6, but that is kind of par for the course for a 2-cost card. Doesn't feel like a real 2-cost card, though, as it doesn't do enough damage, and more importantly, it gives you an energy refund on your next attack, which is pretty dang good. You can use this to play other 2-cost cards, or better yet, a 3-cost card like Bludgeon or Mangle. I also like it with Uppercut, or with Fight Me, or with a number of other things. It's solid enough. I'm pretty happy to take this on floor 1, but I'm never really excited about it. You can waste the bonus if you end up playing an attack for 0 cost, or if you end up playing an attack without actually paying for it, which can be a bit annoying. It also doesn't work with X cost cards. The buff is notable for staying across multiple turns, which you can use to your advantage. Seems like a pretty good card with Snekawai. But yeah, it doesn't offer enough up front for me to think of it as an A-tier card. It doesn't suck enough for me to think of it as a C-tier card, so that sounds like a B-tier card to me. Put you slightly below Iron Wave. That seems fine. All right. What is up next? Now it's time for another U card here. Uppercut. Apply weak and apply vulnerable. This is really notable now for being the only source of weaken that Ironclad has at all, which automatically makes this a good card. Weaken is quite strong for dealing with endgame bosses or just high damage encounters in Act 3 in general. And if it's the only source of it, then it's kind of a must-have a lot of the time. It doesn't provide enough weak for me to think of it as exceptional. The upgrade is quite good, giving you 1 more weak and 1 more vuln, and Ironclad also loves doing vuln, so that's quite good. I think that makes this an A-tier card. I'm going to put it just below Stomp. It's good. It's really good. Bash's cooler older brother. That's right. That's right. All right, just two uncommons left. First one, Vicious. Draw whenever you apply vulnerable or upgrades to draw 2. This is like Rushdown, but for Clad. The amount of card draw you can get from this is kind of ridiculous, actually. Especially if you are aware that you have Vicious and you're planning around it, and you have a bunch of cards that apply small vuln. It's great with Uppercut, with Thunderclap especially, because Thunderclap hits multiple targets. It's great with Dominate. It's great with a lot of things. The new Dark Embrace, yeah, kind of. It's the uncommon draw power, and it is extremely good. Yeah, I'm going to rank it above Bloodletting. That's how good it is. I think this card is insane. And kind of a must upgrade for that additional bonus draw, but this allows Clad to start drawing so many cards that he can then just take any of the energy generating cards and just do so much stuff. So much stuff. You draw so many cards that you can play so many cards because you can make a lot of energy. It gets out of control really fast. It does seem like one of the strongest things that Ironclad can do at the moment is draw a lot of cards and make a lot of energy so that he can play a lot of cards. And this is one of the best ways to draw cards, full stop. So, S tier for sure. All right, we're down to the final uncommon card. It's going to be Whirlwind. Deal damage to all enemies X times. This doesn't feel as exciting, I think, as in the previous game. It's harder to get more energy, and it's harder to get strength. And then still have energy for Whirlwind. It's also competing with some really nice area damage cards. You have to compete with Stomp and Breakthrough instead of Cleave. So it has more competition. This is a really good target for enchantments. That's true. Yeah, enchantments make this really good. And it can be a really good payoff for a deck that can generate a lot of energy. But it also kind of doesn't do that much damage unless you upgrade it to be 8 instead of 5. For these reasons, I think it's maybe a high B or low A card. Let's put it in low A. It's good enough area damage that it's very exciting to find the Sunflower one. Yeah, put it at the bottom of A. It often needs help, but it is a very powerful card in what it does. Okay, and that's all the uncommons here. I'll scroll through so you can see all the cards here at. Only one D tier card so far, Havoc. I think it's clearly worse than everything else. Pretty much everything else we've ranked so far has at least some use and is takeable under some conditions. All right, let's rank Aggression. The first of the rare cards here. Aggression says, at the start of your turn, put a random attack from your discard pile into your hand and upgrade it. I like to think of this as draw 1 per turn, except it's an attack always. Which can be quite nice because it can help you set up things like Expect a Fight. This is part of the reason I rank Rage so highly, is it's a lot easier to get more attacks in your hand at the same time. This card works better if you can control what it's going to get you by exhausting your attacks. I think this has particularly good synergy with Thrash, which is a card we've mentioned a lot, but we have yet to see. It's going to be one of the last cards we rank because it's alphabetically low and it's rare. So yeah, it's one of Thrash's best friends. It's just effectively 1 draw per turn. The upgrade to Innate is a little bit disappointing, perhaps. I haven't talked much about the fact that it upgrades. I don't think that's extremely relevant, but it is nice if you're having unupgraded attacks in the deck. If you have Aggression, that means you can maybe focus on upgrading your other cards and then let the Aggression upgrade your attacks, which is quite nice. But just for being a draw 1 per turn power, I think Aggression is going in A tier. Right below or maybe above Battle Trance. I'll put it above Battle Trance. I think it's a great power. Very affordable at 1 cost. You know what's not affordable is Barricade. Barricade has an awesome effect. You don't lose your block from turn to turn. But it's freaking expensive. 3 cost is a lot. And the big problem with Barricade is that if you're paying 3 energy for Barricade, it means you're not blocking. And then if you're not blocking, then you're not retaining your block. So how do you Barricade? Barricade is a card that does not work in the starting deck, but it does work with a whole bunch of other junk that you might find later on. Cards that block for a ton like Evil Eye, like Impervious, or better yet, some of the colorless cards. We'll have to talk more about colorless cards later, but Barricade is actually a card that works really well with a number of colorless cards in this class. Barricade can be a win condition in any deck that can get it into play and can block adequately. The problem is actually getting those conditions to be met. If you can discount the Barricade or play it for free somehow, then it's a lot better. And if you can block for an enormous amount, then it becomes a lot better. But if you can't do those things, then it's no good. I think for that reason, I put this down in B tier. It's a card that can win the game for you. Very hard if you do it right, but it's not a card you can just put in the deck early on and feel good about. So that's a B tier for me. B for Barricade. And the next card also starts with B, which is Brand. My Brand. Brand is a weird card. Kind of hard for me to evaluate. Lose 1 health, exhaust 1 card, gain 1 strength. You activate 3 different things, and unless you're benefiting from all of them, this feels a little bit weird. You can upgrade it for 1 more strength. It's not a particularly good source of strength, more like a supplemental source of strength. It's very nice if you have Rupture. It's very nice if you have Tear Asunder. I would definitely say it's better than Inflame. And the fact that you can, for 0 cost, exhaust a targeted card is quite nice. So if you have lots of card draw, this card gets quite a bit better too. But I haven't been hugely impressed. The actual impact of the card itself is not that high, so you might be better off taking a different rare. It feels like a high B ranking for me. Could also see this maybe being low A, depending on your particular playstyle, but like I said, I haven't been valuing the lose health effects particularly highly. So I'm putting it in high B. High B sounds good to me. Next up is going to be a weird one, Cascade. Play the top X cards of your draw pile. This is a very big payoff for a deck with lots of energy generation. And it upgrades to X+1, which is kind of a ridiculous card. Yeah, this card's quite funny. You can set up huge chains of card plays with Cascade. If you can generate lots of energy, it gets very ridiculous. This is a very fun card to imbue with the Shrimp. Then you just play a bunch of cards for free at the start of the combat. There's a couple of other things you can do with Cascade that are kind of ridiculous. If you have Chemical X, then yes, this will get +2 to it. And the upgraded version of Cascade can actually be a very funny clone target. Yeah, this can be an extremely funny clone target, because it can cause a chain reaction of Cascade playing Cascade. Just try not to have too many copies, or bad things might happen to you. I think this can fit in a wide variety of decks. You don't have to have a specific archetype to want Cascade. You just need to have energy. So I think I'm going to put this in A tier. Probably below the good attacks. Yeah, let's put it just above Flame Barrier. Wish this had soft lock insurance. That'd be nice, right? Yeah, it's kind of a weird card. All right, next up, Conflagration. This is another card that's getting reworked. So the old version of this, the version that's currently on the main branch, but will soon be deprecated with the next patch, probably, it dealt damage to all enemies and did additional damage for each other attack you've played. The new version of Conflagration simply hits all enemies for 2 damage 4 times. So it's a 2x4 AoE multi-hit, creating a new strength scaling card that is pretty good if you have strength, and a little underwhelming if you don't. It's basically Bug Spray. That's right, it's weaker Bug Spray. And so, honestly, on its face, it's a little underwhelming. Like I said, if you don't have the strength synergy, then this is really not a very good card. But if you do have strength synergy, it can hit really hard. It's also a really good enchantment target. It's a pretty decent area damage option. I think both versions... Actually, I'm going to rank this as per the new version. Old version is probably C tier, the version that you're seeing right here on screen. I think this is a C tier card, but the newer version of the card, closer to B tier. And it gets really good if you have, like I said, that strength. But the main problem with the Conflagration as the reworked version is that most of the cards that would make this do a lot of damage are other rare cards, and you don't generally get to have both. So you have to pick one rare or the other. So you can't have Conflagration and Demon Form, or Conflagration and Brand, because it's one or the other. Assembling a combo of specific rares is pretty tricky to do. Not impossible, mind you, it just doesn't happen very often. So it's hard to rank Conflagration that highly. Just because the other rares are often much better. Speaking of a better rare, Crimson Mantle is a rare card that I think is quite good. Start of your turn, you lose 1 health and you gain 8 block. This is efficient activation of self-damage effects, and it's also just a lot of block every turn, which is quite nice. It doesn't have an immediate impact, but the impact it has starting on the next turn is high enough that it's hard not to like this card. And with the upgrade giving 2 more block per turn, it's quite good. Yeah, I think this is a high A power, personally. I think it's very solid at any stage of the game. It can go into any type of deck archetype, but some decks do appreciate it more than others. So that's an A tier card. If you have Tungsten Rod, then you'll take no damage, but you'll still get block, which is excellent. Yeah, very excellent if you have Tungsten Rod. Oops. Alright, next up is going to be Cruelty. A power that says vulnerable enemies take more damage. This is straight up damage multiplication. For any deck that has Vuln. So, regardless of whether you're using Strength with a bunch of small hits, or you're playing one big bonk, this is just going to make you do way more damage, as long as Vulnerable is part of your plan, which realistically it should be. I think this goes in S. This is so broadly applicable and so powerful that it is takeable in a wide variety of decks and just has really good value in most of them. So I think Cruelty is quite excellent, especially if you upgrade it. Dark Embrace. One of my favorite cards from the first game. When a card is exhausted, you draw a card. That is a lot of card draw, especially for 1 energy on the upgrade. It has some competition with Vicious as a card draw power, but it's still crazy good, especially with something like Fiendfire or with Stoke. Any card that exhausts multiple cards, Second Wind as well, just becomes absolutely bonkers with Dark Embrace. This also works really well with enemies that add exhausting statuses to your deck, like the Entomancer or the Aeon Glass. I put this in S, just right alongside Vicious. Both card draw powers are very good on Clad. The main benefit is that, of course, with all that card draw, you can start exploiting either cards that make energy or cards that scale with the number of cards in your hands, both of which Clad has an abundance of. Our next rare power for evaluation here is Demon Form. For 3 cost, you gain Strength at the start of every turn. This card has a very high upfront cost and a delayed effect with no immediate benefits. This can be a way to win longer fights, like boss fights. But there's a real lack of ways to efficiently turn that strength into damage. It's actually quite hard to win a fight with only 10 strength because of a lack of cards like Heavy Blade. Yeah, rated this below Rupture. I think this is, unfortunately, a very low tier card in Slay the Spire 2. I'm actually putting it down in D tier beside Havoc, and that's saying something considering that Strike is in C tier here. I think this card just ends up too expensive for what it does, and too slow. The combination of extremely high energy cost, which is surprisingly difficult to afford, paired with the slow per turn effect, it just makes for a card that you really cannot rely on in any way, shape, or form. It's borderline completely useless in short fights like hallway combats, and then even in the boss combats, it's just not actually fast enough. And so that makes Demon Form no bueno. A D ranking from me. Yeah, there's not enough energy in this game to play it. That said, this card is still cool because if you drink a power potion, and the power potion says Demon Form, then you're happy. This is a great card to get from Power Potion. And if you're playing it for free in any way, shape, or form, then it's still pretty good. But paying 3 costs for it? Hell no. Not a chance. Not a chance. Yeah, you can play it with Cascade. That's right. That's right. Drum of Battle I'm ranking, I think both versions are C tier. So I'm kind of combine ranking both the beta version and the current main branch version, which is what's shown here. I think they're both in the C tier. Our next card getting ranked here is Feed. Deal 10 damage. If you kill the enemy, gain max health. This card is cool. Gaining max health is awesome. It can be a little tricky to land feed, and I don't think this card is a good upgrade. But this card is exceptional if you get it early on. If this shows up in your first shop and it's on sale, or if you have more money, then definitely buy it. If you get offered this from Niao, then definitely take it. But it's not necessarily your best option from, say, your Act 1 boss reward, although it still can be quite good that early. Even if you only land some feeds in some fights, a steady gain of max health is a very powerful thing, and so this is a really solid card. I don't think this is as easy to land and exploit as it might have been in the first game, so I don't think Feed is S tier, but I think it's a solid A tier card. I'm gonna rank it right above Anger here. I think Feed is high A, but not the best card. If you're not already winning your fights solidly, then Feed will not do anything for you. It's very much a win more card, so you have to be mindful of that aspect. Next up is Fiendfire. Exhaust your whole hand and do damage per card exhausted. This card's ridiculous. You get to activate a lot of exhaust effects at the same time. You get to do a lot of damage. You get to exhaust every card in your hand. These are all upsides, usually. You might have some awkwardness with Fiendfire if you have cards in your hand you don't want to exhaust, like Feed, for example, but most of the time you just rip the Fiendfire and kill something, and then the fight's over. Or you rip the Fiendfire and then you activate a bunch of triggered effects from the exhaust, and then glorious things have happened. Given that Ironclad has a lot of ways to get to 10 cards in hand, the potential to make this card do massive damage is pretty huge. You can scale the damage with Strength, you can scale the damage with Vulnerable. It's a very good early game pick. It's a very good late game pick. It's just very good. So it's going in S tier, I think, alongside Cruelty here. Great card. Yeah, also a good target for enchantments, especially the Vigorous enchantment, making the first time you play it do more damage. This might be a contentious one. Hellraiser. Whenever you draw a card containing the text Strike, it gets played against a random enemy. 2-cost power that discounts to 1 cost. This essentially says your strikes all are effectively 0 cost, but they get automatically played against a random target. The random targeting here is kind of awkward. And can be a significant downside in some fights. If you draw too many strike cards, then you might just be left with no other cards, and then some energy you cannot spend either. So sometimes the free aspect of this can actually be quite bad. Hellraiser is very good with pommel strikes. You can also use it with Pillage, as we previously established, to actually create an infinite combo if you have nothing but strike cards to draw into. But Hellraiser on its own, I think, is more fun than it is good. It is a fun card. Playing Hellraiser and then just seeing your cards get automatically played is cool. But what Hellraiser actually does, I don't think is necessarily that valuable. And a lot of the times it feels like it's doing more than it really is. So this to me is either a low B card along the lines of Stampede or Juggling, or maybe even a little bit worse, actually. So I'd say this is low B, high C. I think I'm going to put it in C tier. I don't think it's a D tier card by any stretch. This definitely has some uses. It might even be B tier, but let's put it at the top of C. We'll make it the king of C tier. That feels right. King of the strikes. Yeah, so it's good with Pommel Strike, but you can also just put a Bloodletting in your Pommel Strike deck and then achieve effectively the same thing. Except you also get to choose where the Pommel Strikes get played. But yeah, the fun factor on Hellraiser is big, so that alone is worth considering it for. Next up, Impervious. 2-cost, block 30, or upgraded block 40. This card is still amazing. You just block a whole turn effectively, quite cheaply. It's great with the Barricade power, and there's a couple other ways to multiply this. I would say this is either high A or low S, just for being very takeable, very powerful. Let's put it in S. Impervious. We'll rank it above Rage, definitely. Put it here. Juggernaut. When you gain block, deal damage to a random enemy. I think Juggernaut is pretty solid in Spire 2. There's a lot of little ways to block for small amounts that can make exploiting Juggernaut quite easy to do. You've got powers that block every turn, like Crimson Mantle and Plating. You've got block per attack effects like Rage. There's the Daughter of the Wind Doll relic that gives you block per attack you play, which is really nice. You can get other relics that generate block, like the Ornamental Fan. I think it's a surprisingly high amount of damage in many decks. The 2 cost up front is hard to play. But if your deck is blocking with any kind of activated effect, like Feel No Pain or Rage or, like I said, Plated Armor, then this gets really good really fast and can be a shocking amount of damage in longer fights. I think that puts it in A tier with some of these other rare powers at the top here. It's not quite a S tier card, in my opinion. It's too expensive and a little bit too conditional to be super broadly takeable. It's not a good floor 1 card, but it can absolutely be an entire damage engine for a deck. So I'm putting it in A. Next up is Mangle. Take the top off that mushroom guy. Weird card. 3 cost attack that does a very pathetic amount of damage relative to the cost, but then makes the enemy lose a massive amount of strength on their turn. So it's like combined mediocre damage plus one target loses all of their damage output. This is kind of like Demon Form in that if you're paying full price for the card, it feels kind of awful. But if you're not paying full price for the card, it feels amazing. So this is a great hit from Attack Potion. This is great with Stampede. But on its own, I cannot justify giving this anything other than a C tier. I think it's just kind of very medium. Very medium card. Yeah, like Dark Shackles, but it costs 3 and does not enough damage. But if you're playing it for free, it's quite sweet. This is also a really good card with the War History, actually, which would play an additional copy at the start of your next turn. Very good card in multiplayer as well, because losing strength for 1 turn to this magnitude will essentially block for every player. So the more players you're playing with, the better this card gets too. That's kind of neat as well. Yeah, if Ironclad had Retain, it'd be a lot better. But Clad do not have Retain. Alright, next up is going to be Not Yet. It is not yet time. 2 cost skill that heals for 10 or 13 one time. It's like a sustain relic in the form of a skill. Oops. I think this is a pretty good card overall. You either have extra energy to play this the first time you draw it, or you skip it the first time and then try to, like, get in a winning position in your fight, and then you play it after to recover some of the damage you took. In either case, it's a solid source of sustain. Kind of like getting a healing relic and a curse at the same time. That's another way to look at it. You can use it with History Course to get twice the effect, which is quite nice. I think this is an A tier card. It's good in a lot of decks, but the cost is a little prohibitive, and it's definitely a win more card. This is one of those cards where if you're winning your fights decisively, then it's awesome. But if you're struggling in combats, then adding this to your deck will only make you lose harder. So you have to be in a winning position for this to already work for you. Yeah, at worst, it's like a 2 cost block 10, but if you think about it for a second, 2 cost block 10 is actually garbage. So you wouldn't want a card that just says 2 cost block 10. But yeah, solid card, especially if you've got cards that do damage to yourself, like Offering. Offering makes you lose health, gain energy, draw cards. That's a one-time effect. Upgrades for +2 cards drawn. There's, I think, relatively little debate. This card is the best card that Ironclad has. You just get to do more stuff on your turn. So much more stuff that the 6 health that it costs you is almost always going to be repaid by the additional cards you can just throw at your enemies. So the value of this card is quite immense. It only gets better if you have Centennial Puzzle, which can draw you more cards when you play it. It's incredibly good if you have the Demon Tongue, which will refund the health cost if it's the first time you lose health on your turn. It's also really good with Apparitions, because if you're intangible, then this will only do 1 damage to you. So yeah, Offering is freaking excellent, is my opinion. This card is godly, and you almost always take Offering when you see it, even over all the other good rare cards, mostly. Yeah, it's hard to imagine a situation where I would skip Offering. Very, very hard to imagine. If I saw Offering and Adrenaline next to each other, I would probably take the Offering over the Adrenaline. That's how good this card is. Yeah, it's a pretty good card. Next in our evaluation, 1-2 Punch. Used to be called Double Tap in the last game. 1-2 Punch says, your next attack this turn is played 1 additional time. That version of the card is kind of okay. 1-2 Punch Plus is much better, making your next 2 attacks get played an additional time. Ironclad in Slay the Spire 2 is a very attack-centric character, in my opinion. You play lots of attacks per turn. You often have multiple attacks in your hand. And so duplicating 1 or more of those cards can be very strong. I also really like this card with Stampede, as you can use it to double whatever gets played for free by Stampede. I'm ranking this in A for its overall utility. Almost all decks are going to be able to utilize this in some way, shape, or form. It does often want an upgrade, and it does often get outclassed by some of the other rares you might get offered, but it has enough utility in enough decks that I think it's quite strong. So I like it a lot. It's card multiplication. But yeah, it really wants that upgrade to be very impactful. Next up is Pact's End. Another rare attack here. Pact's End is a bit weird. The beta version of the game had a slight revision to this, where you can play it even if you don't have enough cards in the exhaust pile. It just won't do any damage. But essentially, this is a 0-cost, do big damage to all enemies, as long as you've exhausted at least 3 cards, which is not that hard to do. I think this card is quite excellent. The condition does make it not universally amazing. It's not that good on turn 1, which is the main problem. You want a card like this to be good on turn 1, but it's not good on turn 1. But it is really good if you thin the deck. Like, this is partially a card that you're intended to exhaust kind of everything else, and then you can play this every single turn, or even multiple times per turn if you can draw back into it. But even if you can't do that, as long as you can just exhaust 3 cards, this does pretty ridiculous damage, and so I like it a lot. Exhausting 3 cards is not that hard to do, especially if you're playing on Ascension 5 or up, with the Ascender's Bane being one of your 3 exhausts, potentially. Unga Bunga. Primal Force is here. Primal Force says, turn your attacks into a Giant Rock. Or a Giant Rock Plus, with the Giant Rock itself saying 1 cost, deal 16 damage. Upgraded Rock is 20 damage. This is a weird card. It's a very weird card. I like this card a lot on floor 1, because turning your strikes into rocks means you can just absolutely destroy early game combat super hard. The problem with Primal Force, though, is it doesn't really work with anything. There's no synergies with other cards that are meaningful or helpful. And so it's hard to incorporate this into a deck in a way that works. You can think of it as working with Thrash, but if you actually work through it, it's a little bit more awkward than that, right? Because if you have Primal Force and Thrash in your hand, then playing Primal Force will turn Thrash into a rock and get rid of it. If you play Thrash first, then you exhaust a non-rock card, which then can't be turned into a rock. So you have to draw Primal Force with a non-rock card, turn it into a rock, then draw Thrash alongside that rock, play the Thrash, then draw back into the Thrash and play it again to benefit from the damage boost of the rock. That is too many steps to be a good plan, so I would not call this good with Thrash at all. Because there are just too many steps involved to actually make it work, and they don't work if you draw them together. So I don't think this works with Thrash. I don't think this works with anything. But it is really good on floor 1. And you can just bonk stuff. The main synergy here is like Vulnerable. I just add Vuln, draw a lot of cards, play rocks. I think that works decently. But it doesn't feel like an exceptional plan on its own. So I think this ranks in B tier for me. Maybe high B tier. We'll put it below Dismantle. I think it's a good floor 1 card. And you can make a very funny deck involving Primal Force, but it doesn't work with a lot of things. So you're going to need a kind of specific set of cards. And it might not work all that well. If only they were called Rock Strike. That's right. Then you would have Hellraiser Primal Force synergy. Except it still wouldn't work, because, right, you would draw the strikes alongside the rocks, but then the Hellraiser plays the strikes, so you can't turn your strikes into rocks. It's just awkward. It's just awkward. Why is it so bad? Yeah, it just doesn't work. Why is this card so awkward? I want this card to work, but it seems impractical in a wide variety of ways. Oh well. Let's talk about Pyre. Pyre is a 2-cost power that gives you 1 energy at the start of each turn. That's kind of okay. But then the upgrade makes it 2 energy per turn, which is kind of insane. This is a lot of energy. And this allows Ironclad to build decks that just have tons of energy. If you have good card draw to combine with Pyre, or just expensive cards in general, I like it a lot. It does want an upgrade, and it does have a big upfront cost, but this to me feels like what Demon Form wants to be, by just letting you throw down tons of attacks and doing tons of damage as soon as it's in play. I like it a lot. I think this is an A-tier power. We'll rank it below Juggernaut and some of the other rares, but I think it's quite good overall. Kind of like a relic. Yeah, it's just a relic, but it's a really good relic. Even if it's expensive to get in play. If you can find a way to get the initial costs down, it becomes a lot better as well. All right, let's talk Stoke. Stoke says, exhaust your hand and then add a random upgraded card into your hand for each card you exhausted. Or rather, a random card. If you upgrade Stoke, it upgrades the cards. This is actually kind of amazing. I underestimated Stoke quite badly initially, but it is a bit ridiculous if you have any kind of exhaust activate effect. It's the Dead Branch card. Yeah, it's incredible with Feel No Pain, incredible with Dark Embrace. It can generate powers for you to play, or just generate stuff that you can win with. The big thing to note about Stoke that I didn't understand initially is that Stoke itself does not exhaust. You can use Stoke many times per fight, and that's what's broken about it. You can keep recycling the cards it creates into more new cards, and you can keep getting the benefit of exhausting your entire hand over and over and over again, which makes it exceptional with things like Feel No Pain. It also allows you to stack Ashen Strike like crazy, because you can just exhaust any number of cards and then still have more cards. So this is ridiculous with Ashen Strike. That, for me, puts Stoke into S tier. It's a little bit weird to want initially because it's such a nebulous benefit, but as soon as you find any kind of benefit to exhausting your cards, it becomes insane. It also can be good on its own. Yeah, generating random cards, especially upgraded random cards, can have a surprisingly powerful effect. Yeah, it can even generate its own Ashen Strike. So you can just start playing Stoke and just like roll for good stuff, and that can be very effective. You could even get a new copy of Stoke. The only thing you can't get is Not Yet, so it can't make healing for you. Main issue is that it's an energy hog, but as we've discussed, there are a lot of ways that are good to get energy on this character. Pyre, Bloodletting, Expect to Fight, these are all really helpful. Turn your rocks back into something useful. Exactly. All right, Tear Asunder. We're almost at the end of the rares here. Tear Asunder hits 1 additional time for each time you lost health. So this is kind of the ultimate payoff for a self-damage deck. I like this a lot with Rupture, but I think it is a little bit held back by the fact that it is 2 cost. Very notable is that Tear Asunder does not specify damage that you lost on your turn. Anytime you lost health, including to the enemy, will count here. So it's actually pretty easy to stack this up, and it will automatically stack up if you're losing the fight, which is nice, right? It's a card that automatically gets better if you're losing. So that's kind of cool. That said, I think like I said, I think it is held back by the fact that it is 2 cost. I think it's held back by the fact that it doesn't do much up front. And so I'm not convinced that it's the highest tier card. I think it's only good in specific builds, in fact. Yeah, this would be a crazy good card against the Heart. I think for me, this is somewhere in B tier, maybe high B tier. Yeah, terrible turn 1 draw, and not a very good floor 1 card. Kind of makes this a little bit awkward. So I don't feel like it's an exceptional card. I think there are some better rare attacks on Ironclad, such as the Almighty Thrash. This is what Tear Asunder wants to be. Thrash hits for damage twice, then you exhaust a random attack in your hand, and you add that card's damage to this card. And the text on the card doesn't really explain this that much, but the damage of the card that you're exhausting is effectively snapshotted, including any bonuses that might apply to its damage. So if you have Strength, then Thrash will add the bonus damage from the Strength to the damage of Thrash itself, in addition to then being directly benefited by the Strength again when you actually play the Thrash. It also works with things like Strike Dummy. I think if you have Pen Nib, it's going to absorb the double damage, perhaps. I'm not 100% on that, actually. If you have an enchanted card, it'll absorb that bonus enchantment damage. There's a lot of different bonuses to your attack damage that Thrash can essentially absorb. This will also take in Body Slam at whatever the Body Slam's current damage is, so you add your block value to the damage of Thrash permanently. It's pretty ridiculous. So Thrash can get extremely powerful extremely quickly. If you dupe pot it or anything like that, you get the bonus damage on the second copy immediately. Thrash ends up being simultaneous damage scaling plus exhaust because you're removing a card. Imagine if Rampage also exhausted a card from your hand so that you could draw the Rampage more often. That's what Thrash is, but it's also just a crazy amount of damage. So Thrash, for me, is an S tier card. It's an excellent damage plan, and it's very breakable. A lot of fun synergies with it, as well as having exhaust synergies that are quite nice. So S tier for me. History Course Thrash can delete itself. That's weird. All right, our last of the rare cards here, Unmovable. First time you gain block from a card each turn, double the amount that you get. This is ridiculous. This is one of the best cards the character has, and one of the best block sources the character has. I think this goes actually above Colossus. That's how good it is. If you have Barricade especially, this gets ridiculous, letting you double something like Impervious. But even if you're just getting, you know, plus 11 block from doubling your Shrug Plus, it's still absurd. Yeah, it's like a Vambrace every turn. It's very, very good. And you can play multiple copies to get even more benefits. The 2 cost is expensive, but then it upgrades to 1 cost. If you play this before your first block card of the turn, this can apply immediately. That's one of the reasons this can go in S tier, is because you can play Unmovable and then benefit instantly, which is not true of a lot of powers. So it's incredibly good. I think one of the best defensive cards the character has. Ridiculous. Actually ridiculous. Okay, that's all the common, uncommon, and rare cards ranked on Ironclad. I'll scroll through here. And then at the very end, I'm going to shrink it down so you can try to see as much as possible at once here. But we're just going to scroll through all the cards so you can see where everything has been ranked so far. As a little bonus, we're going to rank the Ancient and then the multiplayer cards on Clad as well, just because might as well, right? Yeah, I don't think there's any F-tier cards on this character. I really don't. I think all of them at least have some utility, so I don't think anything is F-tier. But let's rank first the upgraded version of Bash, which is Break. I will break you. Break does 20 damage and 5 vuln, upgrades for 10 more damage and 7 vuln. For 1 cost, this card is cracked. Massive damage, massive vulnerable. Very, very abusable card. It gets better if you can draw into it frequently, like with Headbutt or with deck thinning. Also just incredibly strong if you can further multiply the damage somehow. Like if you enchant this with Instinct for double damage, it gets ridiculous. At 2 costs previously, this card wasn't that exciting, but at 1 cost, I think it goes straight into the near top of S tier because of how powerful it is. So I'm putting that just below Unmovable here. There's also Corruption. You get this from Darv. And it always comes upgraded. I don't think you can ever get Corruption minus, but you can downgrade a Corruption plus into a Corruption with a couple of events, I think. Corruption makes all your skills free, and then they exhaust whenever you play them. This is still an excellent card in Spire 2. Not quite as good, I think, because Ironclad likes to have more attacks than he did before. But there's a lot of skills that you can just throw down for free with Corruption. And if you have any kind of activated effect on exhaust, that is Dark Embrace or Feel No Pain, then the Corruption is ridiculous. It's also really good with certain event cards, like with Apparitions or with Relaxes. Corruption is very excellent. So there's a large number of things that it works with. I don't think it's as amazing as some of the other cards on this character. I'd put this probably above Pyre in high A tier. Maybe above Juggernaut, actually. Let's put it here. I think it's a high A tier card. Not the best card on the character. Especially because it's costing you your boss reward. So you have to compare this to getting a different boss reward. It's good, but not necessarily incredible. I would say it's at its best if you've got high cost skills that already exhaust, like Impervious, like Not Yet. But if you don't have those things, it's not as exciting. All right, now let's rank the multiplayer-only cards. I think there's only 2 of them here. Starting with Demonic Shield. Demonic Shield says, give another player block equal to your block, and you take 1 damage, and it exhausts. So you've got both self-damage and exhaust synergy. If you upgrade it, it doesn't exhaust anymore. This card's pretty dang good. If you have any amount of good block output, then this is a really efficient way for your friend to block as well. I think this is an A tier card. I'm going to put it at the bottom of A tier just for being a multiplayer card, just so it's kind of like separate. But this is a very solid card in a multiplayer run. For any deck that's generating even decent block. Because it's 0 cost, it's really efficient. And your friend can build around you having access to this and then lean more into offense on their own. If you don't have any friends, though, it's no good. And Tank will also rank. This one's a bit weird. Tank says, you take double damage from enemies, but your allies take half damage from enemies. If you are playing with 2 characters, this actually increases the total damage the enemies deal. Because you're taking 2.5 times damage total. You're taking double, your friend is taking half. So that is bad. It's kind of hard to stay alive after you play this. Double damage enemies really hurt, yeah, it turns out. It does upgrade to be 0 cost, at least. But yeah, unless you're playing with 4 characters, I think this is complete trash. I'm gonna stick this down in D. You could maybe even argue for F. I'll put it in D. But yeah, this card sucks. I expect to see this card get rebalanced or reworked at some point, because I think it's really, really bad. Especially in 2-player runs. But even in a 4-player run, if you play this, you're probably just going to die. And then your friends are going to take more damage anyway, because you're now dead. So, it's kind of bad. It's kind of bad. But that is every Ironclad card ranked here. Let's see if I can... I can scroll out a little bit, and you can see more of this at the same time. I'll shrink down my face here, too. Give you a condensed viewing of all of the Ironclad cards. I think this is probably the most legible it's going to be. So we'll just look at S, A, and B here, and then slowly scroll down so you can see the C and D tiers. If you want to see the whole tier list all at once, then there will be a link in the video description to this tier list on the untapped.gg website, which also includes commentary by me on every single card. So you can see my written comment about each of these cards in addition to the tier list. And this link will be updated over time, so it will stay valid as the game receives updates too. So again, I'll have a link to that in the video description under the video here. If you like this video, please remember to like the video and subscribe to the YouTube channel so that you can catch more tier list videos like this. I do want to make another breakdown for Necrobinder and for Regent, which are the tier lists we haven't done yet, using the Untapped site. And we'll be making rankings for things like Ancient Relics in the future as well. So yeah, lots more ranking content coming up in the future. Hope you enjoyed this breakdown. Hopefully you learned some things about Ironclad, maybe learned about some new strategies, some new cards to keep an eye out for, or maybe cards to maybe not try taking so much, like Hellraiser. You should still try Hellraiser, though. It's a fun card. But yeah, I hope you all enjoyed. Hope you all learned something. Thank you so very much for watching. I will catch you all on the flip side, friends. Toodaloo. All right, that's our YouTube vid. Thanks, everybody, for sticking with me during our card ranking here. For those of you in the live chat, hope you liked learning about the cards. Why is second win so low? It was amazing in the first game, right? It was, but in this game, you don't have status cards like Power Through or Evolve. And that's what was really making second win good, was the ability to exhaust all your statuses at the same time and gain a ton of block. Without any statuses to exhaust, the second wind just isn't that good. Yeah, it's quite hard to use in this game. B tier is like the top end of it sometimes. It does feel awkward. Which cards have I won with the most? Well, aside from Offering, I'm finding a lot of success with Fight Me. Fight Me has been really good to me. Uppercut has been really good to me. Colossus has been really good to me. Strike has been really good to me. Yeah, Strike's solid. I'm liking Taunt a lot. Yes, those are some of the most common appearers. I'm liking Ashen Strike a lot, too, every time I take it. Next up, chat, we are going to take the practical version of the the exam here. That is, we're going to play some actual Slay the Spire 2 here. Now that we're several hours into broadcast. And we're going to do it with the Clad to try to turn our theory into practice here. Of course, before that, I do need a break here. I've been talking for like 2 hours straight, and my throat needs water so that I can talk more. So we are going to take a break here, Twitch chat. I'm going to refill the legs, stretch the water. When I return, we're going to be playing Ironclad and continuing our win streak here, which is currently at 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6. You like fight me in multiplayer because your friends get none of the benefits and all of the downsides. Good stuff. Good stuff. If I could make a 10-card deck with no infinites from the list, what would it be? It would be Unmovable, Unmovable, Impervious, Impervious, Body Slam, and like some drawn energy gen. Yeah, basically a deck that plays Impervious for like 100 block and then Body Slams. I guess you could only... I guess I would need a way to retain the block, otherwise I just run out of block. That'd be sad. That'd be very sad. All right, chat. I'll be back in a few minutes here. I'm going to refill my water, grab a quick snack, and then it's going to be Clad time. BRB. All right, chat, the wait is over. It's time to finally play a video game for the first time today. Let's do it. We are bonking with the clad here. Stone humidifier, precise scissors, or large capsule. I don't think the scissors are very good on clad. Stone humidifier is kind of interesting. It can certainly get a lot of rest sites, this act. I see in general that we're in Overgrowth, which is where Clad loves to be. Overgrowth is simply a damage check, and Clad can pass the damage checks with flying colors. So Clad can go on a real rampage. And it looks like this is the specific rampage I would like to go on. You get 3 rest sites, 3 elites. And you can even go to a shop early on here. I'm thinking large capsule. But I could see stone humidifier being okay here. I like that we can take a few combats and then decide whether or not to go to a shop. Sightly size, thanks for 65 months. Fisticuffs. Yeah, that's a good answer, actually. Yeah, I can also opt for a fire instead of an elite there. You could also go far right for something similar. Except the elite is in the wrong spot. I'd rather get the rest site here than, yeah. Let's go large capsule. What are the best and worst third option from Niao? Worst has got to be scroll boxes, I think. Paying 99 gold to get 3 cards added. You get 2 commons and 1 uncommon. Usually not a good deal. The 3-pack of cards is very rarely all of them are good. So you're getting a bunch of junk, kind of. And then you also lose all your money for some reason. As far as best goes, Niao's Bones can be really good, but only sometimes. Transform 2 is very good. Yeah, the Leafy Poultice, probably one of the best. Ho ho ho. Frozen Egg. Okay, all powers are upgraded. That's a good reason to go to an early shop and buy the power. That said, Unceasing Top is a brick. We are never going to get use out of that. Probably. And neither of these help me right now, because they don't provide any immediate output, so we're actually a little bit sad. However, I think we will find that there are long-term advantages to starting with a frozen egg. So we should look to do that. These are not high-tier cards. What is this? Probably I'll take Breakthrough. So we have an area damage card to throw at our enemies. Seems fine. I don't really want Cinder or Drum of Battle. So yeah, I'll take a Breakthrough. Drum of Battle used to be a power. If I was playing on main branch, this would be a Drum of Battle plus. Oh well. And no, we're not using the tier list add-on at the moment. I won't be using that too often. Okay, as long as we draw 3 strikes next turn, we'll kill. Did not draw 3 strikes. Wait, no, only 2 actually, because it's still Vuln. Even better. Okay, Perfected Strike is passable here. Since we have a bonus strike, it does bonus damage. So it's 2 cost, deal 20. which is good enough. Not great, though. Yeah, not a very good set of first two cards. That's all right. Breakthrough is here. We like that. Yeah, usually I can kill Twig Slime next turn. Not with this draw, though. Unfortunate. And Words would like to purchase a dad joke, but reimbursement is not enabled. Oh yeah, because I had those off for the video. One sec. Let me turn those back on. Still no powers, imagine. Imagine. And Curly Top Coffee, thanks for the tier 1 sub. And there's that redemption. What did the ocean say to the shore when they parted ways? Nothing. It just waved. No refunds. What was the Ironclad waiting for at the plains with a kite? A second wind. How does the Ironclad freshen his breath? With Armaments. What card am I going to take here? Armaments is adequate. Iron Wave is also adequate. Really not excited by these cards overall. I guess I am going to go to this shop. I would like to look at a guaranteed upgraded power. Any second wind clickers? Are we fighting... I think that makes statuses. Second wind with Unceasing Top can sometimes do stuff. It's going to take an Armaments. Eat Bird. Actually, we are in a position to release the Bird Child, but with so many cards already in the deck, it doesn't seem that good. Actually, it is pretty good. We're essentially trading 7 max health and an upgrade to get a 0-cost Steel 14 card. Is that worth it? The cost is pretty high. But yeah, Statue does kind of say yes, doesn't he? Let's get a Bird Friend. Also prevents Pale's Legion, that's true. Oh, very cheap Bludgeon. Wow, that's cheap as heck. Inflame Plus is our power. Unfortunately, we can't buy Bloodletting and Centennial Puzzle. But I can buy Bludgeon and Bloodletting, and I'll probably do that. So I'm actually not going to buy the power. I'm not. I wish I had one more gold to buy this power potion. Oh well. Free the child. So I learned the other day that there are 4 distinct hairstyles that your bird can have. And you have different chances of getting them. Bird swoop. Unfortunately, I cannot kill the Nibbit here, can I? Don't think so, right? It's only 18. So we do 30. That's not quite enough. Boo. Nice. Bonk. Okay, pretty good actually. And I'm especially happy to see Battle Trance for some draw. We could desperately use some draw, because there's a bunch of crappy cards in this deck, and this will help. Alright, are we ready for the first elite? I'm going to say not really, but it's time anyway, so we're going to go into the fight. Unfortunately, I think Burdonis is arguably our worst matchup here. So I'm going to drink my potion and hope. But I think we're taking a ton of damage here, no matter what I do. I think I just play Perfected Strike and take the full hit. Nice. Okay, and we always kill next turn. Cool. Yeah, I think that I made the right play there. Just take the turn 1 hit and then win. And now we have an Orichalcum, which makes this strategy a lot more effective, because we get 6 block if we don't have any block. Inferno is here. I was complaining about Inferno during the tier list, but this Inferno is upgraded, and we already have 2 self-damage cards. So I think it's actually time for the Inferno. Let's try it out. Do I think the potion was necessary there? Knowing that I was going to bash Bludgeon Perfected Strike, I should have looked a little bit more at the draw pile. It's possible we could have saved that potion. Yeah, it's possible. And that would have been nice to have, especially in the Frog Parasite fight. I think I want to rest here. Yeah, because I'd like to fight 2 more elites, so I would really like to rest here. Who cares about Frail? Not me. Let's see, with Bloodletting I can do Bash, Strike, Strike, which deals not enough damage, right? That's only 18 plus 8, 26. So we cannot kill the Flyconid, but we can kill the Leaf Slime. Then block 6 with Orichalcum. Okay, that worked out really well, actually. Pretty clean fight. No thanks to Inferno, though. Second Bloodletting is here. Havoc is here. Do I want either of these things? Not really. You could make an argument for second Bloodletting. Zakon Bofa, thanks for the Prime sub in 22 months. Did you know if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can maybe entitled to a free Twitch Prime sub? It's true. How's it going, Magic? The card rating overlay, the Untapped Companion app, it's not publicly available, at least not the Spire 2 functionality of it yet. But I'll be letting people know when that's ready. And I'll be showing it off again on stream. Calora Zyker with a Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Yeah, I wasn't quite ready for public launch yet. We did, in fact, find a memory leak from our demonstration yesterday. So it was good to get that fixed up. Does Orichalcum activate before Basin? I think so. Yeah, I think so. Okay, 1 strength per turn would have been pretty good here, but let's see how we do. I think with Inferno, we should be just fine anyway. Weak Pot saves a lot here. And then we just want to keep pushing damage, I think. Oops. Perfection. Simply perfection. Pow. Unfortunately, I don't get both of them. That's fine, because we bludgeon this one, Orichalcum blocks the infections, and then you die to the Inferno. Yeah, I have a partnership with Untapped Diamdori. We have a long-term agreement to work together in exchange for compensation. Early Colossus is pretty exciting. We don't have good Vuln yet, but we'll want to get it. Protobeard with the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Let's take Colossus. We set up the candy for the boss. Unfortunately, it's actually impossible, as we are forced into 2 fights, no matter what. Yeah. Bird, go. And there it is, the legendary Thrash. Exhaust a random attack in your hand, add its damage to this card. We can thrash the Bludgeon or the Perfected Strike and benefit either way. We're definitely going to click on this card. Is playing 2 Colossus like playing 2 Blurs? Yes. Yeah, it is. Okay, turn 1 Inferno we like. We have a Gambler's Brew to help with this fight. I don't feel like I need to use it turn 1, though. I think we're good here. Bird. Okay, let's just Battle Trance this turn. Probably bash into Breakthrough, try to kill next turn. We should be able to kill next turn. Yeah, just need Bludgeon and Bloodletting. Perfect. Excellent draw. Bonk. We have the Red Skull now. If we're below half health, we have Strength. Vicious Plus. Or Juggling Plus. Vicious Plus is a little bit absurd. And especially with the Colossus in the deck is getting added. Now we actually have to find things to save Vuln, but that doesn't sound too hard. Give it to me. How's it going, Urtican? Welcome, welcome. Been binge watching the content on YouTube? Good. Keep it up. It's a decent Arma upgrade, a decent Bloodletting upgrade, and a decent Battle Trance upgrade. Actually, we probably want to upgrade Bash. Yeah, Bash. Feels a bit weird, actually, but it is a good card here. For sure. can draw one card with Unceasing Top. Let's do it. Nice. Okay, this might be our Gambler's Brew. This turn is pretty bad. We can take another 12, but I really don't want to. I want to draw all this good stuff. Although taking 12 would set me up into Red Skull. This is more like it, though, right? We go Bash. Oh, no, I drew cards. Whatever. Bird Swoop. Then Thrash deletes either Bludgeon or Perfected Strike. Perfected Strike. Then we block 6. Go below half health. We activate Red Skull. Then we can stun it on the next turn. Yeah, this should win easily. The old Bash Thrash. Bonk. Bonk. Okay, if I don't draw Thrash next turn, we could be in a little bit of trouble, so I'm just going to play the Breakthrough to help me kill if I get the Strike. We do get the Thrash, though. It does 40 damage twice. GG. GG. Oh. Pyre Plus is here, Demon Form Plus is here, or Impervious is here. With Unceasing Top, Pyre Plus seems kind of cool, right? Give me that. And Pale is here. Wait a second. Wait a second. We can have the best run of all time. We can clone the bird. How many rest sites can I get? That's so few. It's really only 3? Such a bummer. I imagine we do it anyway. Because that's way too funny. We also have Perfected Strike, right? We do have P-Strike. But I'm not duping P-Strike here. No way. You're crazy. I did think about cloning Pyre for a second, which also sounds very funny. But I think we clone the bird. Yes. Now we just need to beat all the fights in Act 2 here. 46 damage, really? Oof. If only I'd upgraded the bludgeon. Or the bird. Will this guy take 10? Yes. Can I even do enough damage next turn? That seems iffy. I just have to play Inferno. Okay, just enough. That was kind of painful. Which makes sense. I mean, we took an ancient bonus that does nothing. It's gonna happen. Seems to be the problem I encounter every time I take Clone. Rage. Rage I like. This card is such a pile at the moment. The deck, rather, is such a pile. Doing my best. juggling to get more birds. Really not solving this turn? Bummer. Alright, Swift Potion. There we go. Bird. Oh yeah, we'll have to remove Battle Trance, huh? Sounds like a problem for future me. Do I take this Tremble? To go with our Colossus? I think I do. We have enough money that a shop seems worthwhile. It's 3 rest sites no matter what I do. I think that means I'm going to go this way. We should be able to clone here and clone here, I'm hoping anyway. Then we'll have 4 of them. Ugh. Yeah, really starting to feel the hurt here. Next turn's gonna really suck. Yeah, we're gonna get destroyed here. I was afraid of that. So I actually took more damage by using that. Down to 25 health already. It's not going well. And it never will. We can Tremble. And then Colossus, at least. Arma Colossus. Hadn't drawn Descender's Bane yet? Rip. Wait. That works. Okay. We're alive. We're alive. We have too much crap in our deck for sure. And we're maybe not going to make it to the rest site. You're kidding me. Wait, I thought this was supposed to not target things with enchantments. What? Bruh. Hold on. Thrash is removed. Sure, whatever. I have no health. Snake Offering, whatever. Oh, I'm dead. Okay. Okay, as expected. As expected. Unfortunately, this is the experience every time we take clone. Not quite sure what I'm missing about the clone picks, but we just get deleted in Act 2 every time. Still, I would try that every time as well. Try Clone Bird. Like, Clone Bird with Unceasing Top is a run you only ever get to have one time. So, that would have been cool. Large Capsule was part of the problem with that run. Agreed. Yeah, Large Capsule's part of what went wrong there. I'm going to run it back on Clad. And we'll take an actually good starting bonus. Jack of all trades? Prep time might have been good, actually. Should at least have thought of that. But I want to try this Jack of all trades. Prep time on Clad is good. Multi-hits? This character has no multi-hits. What are you talking about? Every other character has more multi-hits than Clad does. Every single one of them. Actually, no, that's not true. Necrobinder does not. But everybody else actually has more multi-hits than Clad does. Anyhow. Is that still true after the conflagration change? Yes. So just as an example, right? Like, Clad's best multi-hit is hitting... Well, actually up to 9 times is Fiendfire. Fiendfire's the best multi-hit, actually. And then Conflagration can hit 4 times. But in Silent, we've got an AoE 2-hit in Common Rarity. We've got a 4-hit in Common... that upgrades to 5 hits in Common Rarity. We have up to 9 hits on Flechettes. We have X hits on Skewer. Echoing Slash can do fun things. That can be up to 3 or 4 hits. We're talking about Vigor here, so Shivs don't count, because it has to be 1 attack to benefit from Vigor. On Regent, I shouldn't even need... This character literally has Vigor synergies. I shouldn't have to talk about how many multi-hits he's got. But we've got, like, Radiate and Stardust and many other things. The 4-attack Common... Celestial Might hits for a ton. Defect has a 1-cost, hit 3 times in Gunk Up. 2 times with Uproar, hit everybody with Sweeping Beam. Barrage can hit up to 10 times. That's also common. But that can be 3 or up to 10. Black Cannon can hit an arbitrary number of times. As many as you have statuses. Helix Drill can hit a ton of times, too. Although it's kind of hard to spend a ton of energy and then multi-hit Helix Drill with Vigor. None of your previous cards have to be attacks for that to work. So it's a little awkward, but still doable. But yeah, it's mostly Necrobinder doesn't have very many multi-hits. But I would say everybody else has more multi-hits than Clad does. Clad can hit like 2 times, usually. But not more than that. Let's see, we're in Docks. Where am I going here? Wonder if it's wrong to defend here. Screw defends. All my homies hate defends. Holy. Okay. Underdocks. I'll take an Iron Wave. Why can't you fight Niao and take all starting artifacts? If you fight Niao, then you just click this button. You can simulate the result pretty accurately. And then you end up back at Niao, oddly enough. So it's like starting a new run. This card's impossible to use, by the way. I don't really want a Perfected Strike. Do I have to take these cards? I don't have to. I don't want to. Goodbye. Cards suck. Let's see, with this draw, I think I want to hit the back one here. Defend, strike on this turn. Yeah, I figured I wouldn't be drawing 2 strikes. Holy. Bunch. Rude. Jack of all trades has been pretty good so far. And I was thinking it would make it easier to pick up something like a Feel No Pain. I might have to take a Rage, though. Rage looks quite nice for this deck at the moment. Really nice with the Iron Wave, especially. I'll take a Rage. Do I pop into the shop? Not getting a shop otherwise, so the answer is maybe. I'm getting a lot of events. I just realized how many events I'm getting if I go far left here. Maybe I don't go far left. No, I'm not going far left. I'm going this way. Okay, that's more combats. Then yes, I'll take 2 events now. Ooh, Spiral Strike or Spiral Defend. Against Waterfall Giant, I have to imagine it's Spiral Defend. But the Rage benefits more from Spiral Strike. I can also just heal for a ton. You know what? Let's go Spiral Strike. You deserve some fun too, Mr. Spiral. And we can get the Sword of Stone. I was kind of planning on fighting 3 elites, so that sounds kind of cool. Sure. And I'm oddly tempted to upgrade Jack of all Trades. Could also upgrade Rage here. I'm going to upgrade Jack, though. I think this is actually a good card now. Let's find out. Together. Yeah. What do you got? The Gambit. I don't know if I'm brave enough to do that. I mean, what's the worst that happens? What are you gonna do? Kill me? He is gonna kill me. Foolish. Foolish. Look at this block output. I'm invincible. And on this turn, we could just play it again. See, there was never any risk. Now we have a Flex Potion and a Taunt. We like Taunt. Taunt is a good card. Give me a Taunt. Oh. Not even close. Ooh, I can actually play the Eternal Armor with the production? That's fun. I think I'll use this Colorless Potion, too. Freaking jackpot. Hell yeah. I think we go bash into jackpot? That sounds right. My Brand. Oh, Brand can let me get a 3rd card into the exhaust pile so I can use the Pack's End here. Sick. So Brand Bloodletting. Play Pack's End. Play Eternal Armor. Bruh. Tuck out a free fight. Dang. Jack of all trades, though. It's actually doing stuff. It's working. We like that. We like that a lot. Nom. Bonk. Okay, super clean fight. We get a strike dummy. I knew the replay strike was going to be good, but I didn't know how good. Excellent. Oh, that's going to do so much damage. It's going to do so much damage. it's going to do so much damage. Okay, we prepared for this fight by taking Iron Wave. I'm going to make sure I cap damage here. The shorter I can make this fight, the better. Bolas! Prolong here was awesome, by the way. I get 11 block into this multi-hit. Because now the Bolas are here. With their cool spinny animation. Yeah, you really like that they made the health divisible by 15? Me too. Yeah, I thought that was a really important change. Bolas. Okay, that went really well. We still have tons of health. We have a Beetlejuice and a Petrified Toad giving us a potion-shaped rock every combat. We could take a Bludgeon, a Stone Armor, or a Bloodletting. Bludgeon goes pretty hard here. Maybe just Bloodletting, though? Actually, Bloodletting sounds better. Yeah, just give me a Bloodletting, actually. Because we want to play lots of small attacks with these relics. I don't want to bludgeon. Upon thinking about it for a second. Could go to this shop here with 245 gold, but I feel like we're doing just fine, so I can wait. Get him. Let's look for Bloodletting here. Yeah, sweet. Turn 1, kill the ship. That's a good sign. We're offered Fight Me versus Battle Trance. I'm going to click on Battle Trance, but I do like that Fight Me. I guess I will take... We definitely want Fairy as an answer to the Waterfall Giant. It's either Terror Eel... No, this is Terror Eel. Okay, I want Flex Potion for Terror Eel. I'm going to discard the Beetlejuice, take the Fairy. And then I might upgrade my Spiral Strike, actually. I'm thinking about it. We should probably upgrade Taunt, though. Yeah. Okay, we'll wait one more turn to stun. We should kill it very cleanly here. What's a Spiral Strike? It's a strike enchanted with the Spiral Enchantment, which you get from an event in Act 1. That gives it replay 1, so the strike plays twice, which turns it from a terrible card into a surprisingly good card, especially if you start adding bonus damage from relics, which we got 3 of in a row. Also, I got a freaking Comet. Happy Mangle is here. Burning Pact looks pretty good. Lets me exhaust a card in my hand and then draw cards. We like that for this boss. We like that with Bloodletting. I'll take it. If you transform it into an ultimate strike, will it keep Spiral? I don't believe so. No, I don't think so. Yeah. Interesting draws here. Not going to complain because they've lined up really nicely, but very interesting draws. Second Battle Trance. Vicious also looking pretty good with Taunt. Yeah, I'll take Vicious. We'll swap our Flex Spot since we didn't use it. This clad is Viscous. Gonna upgrade our energy gen. After this, we want to start upgrading our card draw, probably. Some might think of the Waterfall Giant as a bit of a, like a block check, but it's actually more of a damage race. If you can kill the boss quickly, then the explosion damage is very small. Oh, nice Flash of Steel. Nice. Panic Button's nice to have for the final turn as well here. Although it looks like I'm going to use it right now, actually. Rage is not in the draw pile. Okay, so we're taking the brunt of this hit, as I cannot block anymore. I can't quite kill it, either. I think with Forge Pot I could have killed there. Doesn't matter, though. Pretty good block in the draw pile, so I'm not going to Burning Pact here. We have bonus draw as well, helping me block on this turn. 35 damage comes in. We can block 27 of it. That's not bad at all. We don't take very much. We get to go to the next act. Pretty easy. Yeah, pretty easy. Ooh. Some good options here. This deck can use Pact's End pretty easily. But there's also Unmovable, doubling the block, first block we get per fight. Actually, we don't actually have much in the way of good blocks other than taunts. I like having an area damage card. So I'm going to take this Pact's End. And we're going to see what it can do for us. What's up, Tiz Katara? Soup? Brightest Flame. That is arguably better than Soup. Happy to burn away some max health to just be crazy strong here. Yes, I'll be taking the storybook for sure. And we would like to go to a couple of rest sites. We would like to fight a couple of elites. We would like to go to a shop. Can I make all of that happen? Looks like yes. I could even fight 4 elites if I feel really brave. Kind of like the idea of doing that. Shouldn't be that hard with Storybook. Brightest Flame better or worse than Offering? It's better. It draws fewer cards, but it gives you more energy, and at least in the upgraded version. And it's more importantly reusable, which is crazy. You can use it multiple times per fight. I guess I maybe want block on this turn, unless I'm planning on killing it. Yeah. Stolen my rage. Who would dare? Okay. So I'll lose 1 max health to gain 10 current health. Don't like that I had to use 2 max health there, but I'm okay with the outcome of the fight otherwise. Do I want a Shrug or a True Grit? Not really, actually. Not really. Could take Drum of Battle since we have a Burning Pact. The upgrade on this card again. But yeah, just upgrades the energy it makes, not the draw. That's so weird. Let's see how we feel about it. Yeah, Drum of Battle is really good with corruption. Yes, yes, it is. Actual copy of Bolas is here. I like the Bag of Prep. I like Strike Remove. Actually, do I? No, I don't. I like Defend Remove? Weird. Definitely taking Bag of Prep. I don't think I want to pay 164 for Bolas. Could take Tremble. I want a thinner deck, though. How is Bola better than Hatchet? It's not. Bola's, I think, is awful. Bolas with momentum is kind of cool. Yeah, if you can pull that off somehow, then it's not bad. Okay, looks like we beat this fight without taking any damage. Any max health damage, that is, either. Forgotten Ritual does fit into the deck, but I don't think I need it at the moment. And I can get even more card draw. Even more card draw sounds criminal here. Take the Polonus Core. Every 4 turns, we draw 2 additional cards. We have Bag of Prep, Pendulum, Polonus Core, which is extremely funny. So if I set it up correctly, I can get draw on turn 1, turn 2, and turn 3. What's the target for the rotating streak? Just looking to get a new personal best, usually. Just having fun. This is extremely fortuitous upgrade, because I can upgrade Brightest Flame before these elite fights. Sick. Yeah, this deck has high velocity. Well said. Yeah, well said. I'm a little sad about Brightest Flame here. I'm still playing it for 3 energy on this turn for sure. Good enough. Okay, Burning Pact the Drum of Battle. Get to do the thing. I'm going to get to use Restlessness here. That's kind of cool. Your hand is empty, draw 2 cards, and gain 2 energy. Take it. Unfortunately, we're kind of hosed on this draw, on this turn. Trash at least draws a card. Oh, never mind. Everything's fine. Easy game. Wow. See, that one draw from Bash turned the entire fight around there. Crazy. We get a boat thingy, we get a Heart of Iron. I don't want to Stampede, I don't think. Havoc could do stuff in this deck, but that seems a bit iffy too. Now I draw on turn 1. I draw 10 cards on turn 1. Because all of my relics synced up. Whoops. That's too many cards. Leave some for next turn, why don't you? Oh, actually, that works. I can just salvo to retain my hand. Sure. Shouldn't have played Rage then. Well, yes, I should have. Never mind. Blocking on this turn is going to suck regardless, though. I think it's Heart of Iron time. Yeah. Bonk. No. Alright. Our last elite coming up before this Sword of Stone activates. We also get a Cloak Clasp, giving us block at the end of every turn. So if we beat this elite, we're going to be much stronger for having 3 additional damage on every hit. Which we love to see. We also love to see this kind of turn 1 draw here. Throw a rock at him. Keep hitting him with stuff. Ow. At least I get to block per card in hand here. Yeah, a real copy of Fasten would be pretty good here. It's true. Ice Cream? Ice Cream seems pretty good here. What with the massive energy generation and all. That's pretty cool. I keep skipping cards here. I think I can upgrade one more time. I think so. I really want to upgrade Vicious. We have our sword active now, so we have +3 strength. Let's fight another elite. The Decimillipede. Don't want to be weakened. The bomb! Holy. Wait. What do you mean the bomb? Hold on. Kill this one, and then retain the bomb. Actually, just disregard the bomb. Yeah, who needs the bomb? Not me. Feel no pain or uppercut? I want uppercut. And I want it now. Plus. Random power or random 0-cost card. Feels like there's a lot of powers I can use. Can't imagine there's that many zero costs I want, although another copy of Paxen would be good. Let's see, what are the zero cost cards? Unclad. Anger, Bloodletting, Bully, Spite, Battle Trance, Rage, Paxen, Brand, Offering, and Primal Force. I only really want Offering, Rage, Pact, and maybe Brand. What are the powers? Good, bad, 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 decent, good, bad, good, 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 good. Probably bad, decent, good, 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 bad. Okay. There's more powers, I think, than zero cost cards that I want. That one is one of the weaker ones, but still fine. That draw's bad. Looks like I'll have to Swift Potion here. Can't even use the Pax End. How sad. I draw on turn 1 again. I really want to draw all my cards out on turn 1 here. I'm going to wait. Toxic Egg will upgrade any skills we add to the deck, like Dominate, which seems like a pretty good card here. Yes, I will take Dominate. Drum of Battle Plus and Bloodletting Plus are also decent, but I'll take Dominate. And I'm going to upgrade Rage, I think. Yes, Metro the Eternal. You can recheck the cards to upgrade them. That is allowed. Turn 1 Mayhem, huh? What else I draw here? Yeah, let's just play Mayhem. And then pass the turn with Ice Cream. I don't want to take Drawdown. No. Yeah. Nice. Bonk. Bonk. Mostly wanted that Rage, but whatever. Bonk. Bonk. And bonk. We have bonked. Why is he so mad, though? Ooh, we get a Not Yet plus or a Stoke plus? This is a good deck for Not Yet. Stoke is also potentially strong. I'm definitely down for a Not Yet. That's what I want here. I want the heal 13. I don't actually want to add random cards because this deck is really good if we just keep drawing the cards we have. So give me the Not Yet. Yeah, lets me keep bloodletting a lot more. Remove 3 cards, add Folly? That's pretty sweet with Bag of Prep. Yeah, remove 3 is really good here. Holy moly. Is it ever? When do I typically take events over fights and vice versa? I take fights if I have empty potion slots. If there's specific cards that I need to find, but I don't have them yet. Or if I have a relic or card that benefits me more from winning a fight, like Feed, for example. Curse seems bad. Lord's Parasol good. It can definitely be good if you can go to multiple shops. I see we can go to 2 shops here, so it could be okay. I think that remove 3 is going to be really strong, though. Let me get a heal 20. Yeah, we do proc the 5 rings, I suppose. I'm going to remove 2 strikes and 1 defend. Actually, no, we can remove bash at this point, right? Now, remove defend. And then we have enough money that this early shop looks kind of good. Let's go here. Parasol's better if your deck is bad. True. I guess I'll just bank the energy. Strong. Bonk. Big bonks. Trade Bag of Prep for Planisphere. Trade Ice Cream for Meal Ticket or Cloak Class for Akabeko. Boo! These are all terrible trades. Oh no. I guess we'll give up the Cloak Clasp. My least important relic here. But these are all amazing relics, and we have to give up one of them for a mediocre replacement, which we're sad about. Boo! Why are you so stinky? Retain Gambit, anyone? It's kind of fun. If I was going to put Innate Retain on anything, I could do it on Brightest Flame. Wait, that's kind of awesome. Yeah, I can just guaranteed turn 1 Brightest Flame. That sounds really good. And so does Happy Flower, giving me a gradual trickle of energy, which we then get to keep from turn to turn with Ice Cream. So we can use the energy on any turn, not just the turn it's generated. And I definitely want more card draw. Let's make Vicious draw cards right away. Your hands are covered in blood. So are your feet. And yeah, this deck can do with the 300 health dummy. We haven't done 300 health dummy in a while, but this deck can do it. Easily can do it. Guess I'll play the Stinky Mayhem. Not a very good turn. It's fine. Ooh. Okay, that's good. Okay, we'll probably have to Brightest Flame one time here. That should do it. Hi-ya! We got him. You pass the training and receive a Venerable Tea Set, another relic that's really good with ice cream. So we're pretty happy about that. Let's fight this elite. Yeah, we passed the humiliation test. We did. We did do it. Cloak clasp would have been good there. Shuriken's nice. Viseron with the 13 months of the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Take the Giga Potion. And the Potion Belt. Ooh, Nash is good. Bonk. Strike Deck. Absolutely bonked. Rugrit. More deck thinning. Sure. Sure. And then let's do, I don't know, more vents. They're fun, right? You can create a custom card. This guy makes some pretty brutal attacks. I might take his attack. Power options are discount powers or 2 strength 2 decks. Yeah, 12 damage 3 times is what I really want. Yeah, 12 damage 3 times. That card's gonna destroy stuff. Little did you know, the scientist went on to create hundreds of weapons, resulting in several thousand deaths within the Spire. Let's go cause some. Oh. Wait, what? Just 24 damage? What do you mean 24 damage? Oh, that's so spicy. Wait, it lied? Wait, what the hell? What just happened? Did the Akabeka wear off on the first hit? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, hold on. Bug. The vigor wears off after the first hit. Which is inconsistent with how vigor interacts with other multi-hit cards. that face. Success! Yeah, definitely an F2 moment there. That was bizarre. A bizarre interaction right there. Yeah, it's like not really a multi-hit card. Something weird's going on there. Shreds, you say? We've had first dominate, yes, but what about second dominate? Does Akabeka work with replay? It does not. Let's watch that again. Yeah, Vigor wears off on the first hit. Bizarre. Oops. Oh, we should try it with Rage. That would actually inform us some stuff, right? If we play it with Rage, we see how much block we get. Wow. Self-forming clay. When we take damage, gain block on the next turn. Very nice. Very nice. Have we used not yet yet? Not yet. Give me more energy when I exhaust this, whatever. Ooh, spicy. Okay, kill this phase. Actually, do I want to kill it? I might want to wait one turn here. Yeah, waiting a turn actually seems ideal. So we can bank more energy here. I want to play the other Dominate too, right? Seems really good. There, we played Not Yet, finally. Are you happy now? Oh. 2 Rages and a Spite. I like it. Okay, here's Rage into Mad Science. Only one attack, so it's not replay. Yeah, I have no idea what's up with that. Bonk. That is big freaking damage. GG. The queen fight's going to be even faster here. Because we have all of our potions, and I do intend to use them this time. Yeah, this should be a turn 1 kill. Go bash. Taunt. Dominate. Gigantification potion. Mad Science. Oh, yeah, it works the same way with the potion, of course. I don't know why I was expecting that to work differently. We already established that interaction. That just makes sense. Should have used that on the bludgeon then. I guess we don't get a turn 1 kill. Scammed again. We do over 300 damage on turn 1, which honestly is enough. GG. Mind blasted to death. The very strong Ironclad wins the day. Ew. GG. G freaking G. Not too bad. So yeah, that was a good showcase of what we talked about in the tier list of Clad can win by just drawing and playing a lot of cards, making a lot of energy. Storybook, of course, helped a lot with that, but we were already on our way with the Bloodletting and the Burning Pacts. Cool run. Next up, chat, we are going to play some Silent. Gonna report the Gigantification potion with the Mad Science. It's the same interaction happening. So I think it's already been... If they fix the bug that's causing Vigorous to go away, it would work the same way with the potion. But yeah, for some reason it's not counting as one attack. Am I going to play the new difficulty of DLC in Brotato? I am, if it wins the game vote for this month. The May game vote is live, and Brotato is one of the options. So you can cast your vote to see me revisit that game. If it doesn't win, I'll probably visit it when they announced the DLC recently. So I'll for sure play it again when the DLC drops and they get another 20 waves to play. Another map, rather, with 20 unique waves. Yeah, Brotato did get a DLC announced very recently, which is going to be called Primal Dread. It also got a super hard mode, which is going to be kind of interesting to explore. All right, chat, I'll be back in a few minutes when I return. Oh, wait, as Faley says, I just checked the Mad Science code. It does it in a hilarious way. Do elucidate. What does that mean? I mean, it's appropriate considering the card is called Mad Science, that it should be a very spaghetti card. Mad Science has to handle 9 different things. You what? I guess it has 9 different possible versions of it, right? Yeah, it is 3 separate instances of deal 12 damage. But it's not 3 separate attack cards. Because we had Shuriken and Rage that both disproved that. Surprise is not 9 different cards? Because then it would be 9 different cards in the compendium, right? Maybe that's why they didn't do that. Still seems silly. Anyhow, I'll be back in a bit, chat, and then we're going to go again. BRB. All right, chat, we are back. We are back, and we're going to play The Silent. Ooh, fishing rod, huh? Let me see. We're in Overgrowth. Silent is a little bit nervous in the Overgrowth. Huh. We have some interesting possibilities here. How come we never take the hefty tablet? So, starting with a curse is definitely a big downside. That's part of it. The other part of it is that in Spire 2 at the moment, the large rare pool of cards on each character means that you're relatively likely to get a completely trash rare as well. So if you get a bad rare and a curse at the start of the run, you're just completely hosed. And that does not feel good. Not one bit. Yeah, I'm thinking about Fishing Rod here. With Fishing Rod, we want to minimize events, take a lot of regular fights here. Let's see, I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 combats in Act 1 if I go this way. That's pretty reasonable. So we'll get a second random upgrade before the boss. And then we'll continue to get random upgrades in Act 2 and Act 3. If I just wanted 2 random upgrades right now, I can take the Talisman. But I like the sustained bonus that the Fishing Rod provides. I think it's kind of cool. So I'm going to give it a shot here. I have enjoyed my Fishing Rod runs so far. Does mean we have to go for a 4th combat right in a row. That's a little scary, but at least we'll have an upgraded card. Yeah, just triple block next turn. Seems fine. Or strike, defend, defend, better yet? Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh no. We have the capacity for a bad draw here. Yep, there it is. Yep. Yep, it happened. Bummer. Big bummer. LES with a Prime sub in 2 months. Thank you, thank you. Holy snakebite on floor 1. Yes. Snakebite's just a really nice early damage card. Very efficient damage to mana ratio. And the retain aspect makes it a lot easier to play. Oh, I goofed there. Yeah, I goofed there. Ouch. I'm punished hard with these draws. Isn't it worse than the 5 mana 1 poison? I don't think so, actually. I like it more. Hidden Daggers is nice for some upfront damage. Sucker Punch is also fine. Maybe I haven't taken enough Sucker Punches. Let's take a Sucker Punch. Okay. Another easy Snakebite play. Poison damage is not reduced by the Shrinker Beetle's shrinking, so that's nice. Okay. Our first random upgrade hits a strike. Nothing wrong with that. We appreciate it. We also appreciate having some area damage so that we're not completely at a loss in our first hard pool combat here. We didn't get any potions yet, so we're definitely in a bit of a bad spot. So I'm going to take Dagger Spray to help out. Okay, Dagger Spray instantly very good in this fight. That's nice. These enemies take essentially no damage the first time you hit them. Looks like I want to go neutralize the middle one. Dagger Spray. Kill this one. And then Survivor to block. We take a very small amount of damage here. Just 2. Then we can kill this one and block. Next turn, this one dies. Not bad. Not bad at all. Now we have a potion, even if I don't think it's a very good potion. And maybe deflect? I guess I could take a deadly poison to go with our snake bite, so we have more poison. Yeah, maybe I just take more poison. Poison synergizes with more poison, so adding another poison card seems good. Was complaining about lack of potions. This is a good time to get a potion. We could remove a strike and replace it with a guilty that will eventually be removed from the deck, but only after we beat the boss of the act, and I don't feel like I can tolerate that at the moment, especially not when the alternative is getting an immediate help from a potion. So I'll take the potion. And then we're going to upgrade our Snakebite for a higher impact poison card. I particularly like the upgrade on Snakebite because its retain nature means you are just more likely to be able to play it. We're drawing a lot of damage. This to me feels like I want to kill the Twig Slime with our upgraded Strike, and then instead of blocking, I could defend Deadly Poison. That would do 9, right? I'm much more likely to be able to kill this Twig Slime next turn if I Snakebite and just take the 4. So I think that's what I want to do. Yeah. Okay, I can Seek Potion to save 5. I think I'll do that. What tier did I put Snakebite in? I think it was B tier. I should have played that differently. Should have stacked Weaken here. Yeah. Yeah, I should have. That's on me. -3 here. Okay, we do get a dupe pot, though. And presumably I want this Piercing Whale to shut down multi-hits. I don't have any added defense yet, so I like having the whale. I think I also want to rest. Yeah, let's rest. More happy to rest because we have that long-term upgrade value from the fishing rod. Every other combat, the card awards gain a power. That's nice to get this early. It's also naturally lining up with the boss, so I'm going to get a guaranteed rare power from the boss if I continue on the current path. Very nice. What's not very nice is this enemy. This enemy is kind of scary here. Thankfully, we have some area damage, but it's going to be tough. Good news is I can use Piercing Well to play Snakebite on this turn. Get more damage next turn, and then it'll die from poison before its next attack. Which will give me a full turn to kill the minions. Duplicator Dagger Spray goes pretty hard here. Yeah, I'm going to do that. That should do 12 to all of the spawned enemies. Yeah. And then kill this one. Yeah, take 3. I was going to say Unedited Strike, but I didn't draw any attacks. Okay. Spooky. Nice. Okay, that went pretty well. We get a Vuln Potion, we get a Kusarigama. And I could take a Leading Strike with Kusarigama. Do I want to? Is the question. I don't think I do. Popper is here for 9 damage to all enemies at the start of combat. That I like quite a bit, especially for Act 2. Blood Vial's not bad. Bounce is kind of nice with Snakebite. Bailerbot's up in a floor behind, so it might take a moment to catch up with new relics. Punch Dagger Hatchet would be cool if you could if I could buy them both. I'm just gonna go with the Popper here. Don't think I'm taking Pounce. Let's upgrade. Probably Deadly Poison. I don't mind the Sucker Punch upgrade, actually. Let's upgrade Deadly Poison. It's him. Yeah. We face, once again, the Statue of Limitations. We got a number of sources of damage, though. So things should be okay here. Turn 3 Snakebite is not cool, though. I think I don't play it. Go Defend, Whale, Dagger Spray. Try to kill with 3 attacks in the Kusarigama. Does 3 strikes even kill, though? This would be Defend, Defend, Sucker Punch, kill next turn, take 8. So do I value this potion at 8? I think I do. Cool. We get the Bronze Scales for passive damage. Outbreak is here. Every 3 times we apply poison, deal damage to all enemies. I don't yet have enough sources of poison for this to be amazing, but it is going to be really good. So I'm going to grab that. It's going to be nice in the boss fight. Okay, and we're not going to use it here, though. Yeah, Fumes would be excellent. If I triple strike, I've got a 50-50 to kill it. I don't think I can trust that, though. This defends. Oh. You get a random upgrade after this fight, at least. Another strike. Okay, so not good stuff from the fishing rod yet. And perhaps never. I can buy pounce. Or rather, click pounce instead of buying it. It's not too bad. Feels like we should rest into the boss here, as we don't quite have enough damage. Or block. I guess I'll take the pounce for free. That sounds fine. Okay, we're going to colorless potion on turn 1 to see if that's going to make this fight a lot easier. Mayhem sounds nice. Gold Axe is also potentially a pretty good way to scale here, but I really like just more cards per turn. Go Survivor. Defend Dagger Spray here. Try to wait on Snakebite until we have Pounce. We have Pounce. Put the Snakebite on the Kin Priest. Might be a mistake. But here we are. Weaken blocks 3 on the Kin Priest, blocks 4 on the Follower. And I also want to put damage on Follower, so let's do that. Get our Outbreak in play. Realistically, with this draw, we're not going to be able to apply poison 3 times until I've already killed at least the first follower. They're already almost dead. Nice. Also, ow. I guess I go Pounce and Defend. We can do that. Hoping I'd draw the Deadly Poison so I could kill the minion with that. We're awfully close to getting killed here. Glad I rested. We had a kind of a rough draw order in this fight, so it was almost a loss, but we do win. We're offered Abrasive as the bonus card, or we can just take an Afterimage. Or an Envenom. Envenom can activate Outbreak a lot, which is kind of cool. Really tempted to try that interaction. I don't actually think it's that good, but I really want to try it. Let's do it. Energy is nice, but what about Goopy Defends? Goopy Defends are really good on Silent with 5 Defends. Give me Goopy Defends. I would like to goop. You can't spell goopy without OP. And now I'd very much like to remove a strike. Let's hit a shop here. Oh yeah, I also want to take regular combats because of stuff. Maybe I just go 6 combats in a row. Is that insane? Actually, that's... Goopy Defends are also good because we want more combats, right? The more combats we take, the higher the Goopy Defends scale. So actually, yeah. Well, I want to remove a defend, though, a strike, though. Heck. I do want to remove a strike quite badly. All right, fine. Let's go here. Still a lot of regular combats. We'll get one random upgrade here, which we do like. Unblock damage. Okay, so Envenom's no good in this fight. So we'll just Sucker Punch. Next turn's gonna be bad. Yeah. I would say that's attack potion time. Yeah. Ooh. It's not enough damage, huh? No, it's just enough with the Kusarigama. Okay, we're good. Okay. Discard the strike. Play the whale. Did I think this all the way through, though? Maybe not. Need you to be dead next turn. Not being able to play the defense is kind of annoying. We got 3 of them, at least. Yeah, we got 3 of them. That's good. I was afraid of that. Damn it. All that effort, and I still take 26? Son of a gun. Or 19, whatever. Bah. Bah. This deck does like Mirage. I'll take a Mirage. Second Outbreak is cute, but probably not very good. I need Striker Move, and I need Potion. You turn 2 strikes into a normality. That would be good before a shop, not after a shop. I guess I'll put Perfect Fit on Snakebite. The power. Alright, are we going to make it to the rest site? Who knows? We're going to find out, though. At least we get to play Poison here. Steals my Outbreak. That's actually good for this fight. We're having a hard time playing all the defense in every fight at the moment. And then I'm also having a hard time drawing them when it would actually help me. It's annoying. Do I want my Outbreak back? I do. But I'm not sure my deck is good enough. So I'm rather concerned. Yeah, 25 health into this fight. Pretty spooky. Pretty spooky. I'm going to Strength Potion here. We're going to go Pounce, Defend, Dagger Spray. Try to kill this one next turn. Nice. Okay, that was good. Unfortunately, next turn is still bad. Yeah. 12. Guess I'll use another potion. Nice. I maybe should have played Defend before that happened, but that's alright. I will take that outcome and be okay with it. This fight can also be quite scary. Oof. Yeah, another pretty bad turn here. We can go Whale, defend Mirage. Next turn's better. We can Dagger Spray it. Then I still don't have a turn to play Snakebite. That's tough. The next turn's going to be really bad. Yeah, this is not going well. Might actually die here. Nice. Okay, but that only delayed the inevitable, I think. Okay, we can pounce, strike this thing, and that lets me Snakebite. Wait, we're gonna make it. Do it again! Hell yeah. Okay, we are not dead, and we have a potion. Lachette's is somewhat tempting. I'd like to just rest. Tis but a scratch. Okay. Let's have a nap. Crack open the chest, get a gremlin horn. Then I think I'm going to have another nap and fight this elite. Desperately need energy so I can actually play my powers. This fight will allow me to do that. That's something. We go Envenom. Dagger Spray, defend. Take 10 here. Feels like we haven't seen anything that says block on it in card rewards. Yeah, there has been a shortage of such things, hasn't there? Also, nice piercing whale draw, idiots. Ow. At least I have Sucker Punch here. Yeah, really bad draws. Here we go. Mirage blocks 28. Oops, I should have pounced, actually. Oh, I should have Flex Potioned. I'm stupid. Damn it. I don't know why I didn't do that. Clicking too fast, I guess. How's it going, Drains? You're very welcome. You are most welcome. Yeah, now our health is too low again. Bummer. At least I can add draw to my Outbreak. Or I can make Dagger Spray do more damage. I think we're just dead to the Act Boss at the moment. Let's see how this fight goes. The Goopy Defends are starting to prove their worth, at least. That's something nice. Snakebite is just enough damage. I have full block anyway, though, actually. So, why don't we Snakebite you and get rid of you? There's only one defend to draw into, huh? Okay. Unfortunate. So you have to whale. Taking 10 here? No, skill potion. Doesn't help much. Oof. Is it over? Might be over. Not quite. Close, though. I'm still alive for now. I feel like a well-laid plans is the only way I could maybe beat this boss. And I'll get another potion, too. Kind of having a dumpster fire of a run here. Yeah, I need to keep a pounce bonus into next turn here. I need to play in Venom. I'm gonna do it. Cool. We've good turn to play well-laid plans next turn. Keep the frantic escape. Am I allowed to do that? I have to win, too. This is tough. Okay, this is not tough. Well, no, it's pretty tough. Because I'm kind of dead next turn, aren't I? Kind of. But Mirage is here. Hold on. Wait. I am not dead? No, I'm exactly dead. No, hold on. I am dead. Yeah, I'm dead. Because defend Mirage blocks for exactly enough to die. So the only way to block is to not play the Frantic Escape, which gets you eaten. Because the counter is also at 1. So we have to play this or we die as well. We're just one shy of being able to do both. So one more, if I'd played this defend in one more combat, we could have made it out of the act, actually. Once Mirage would block for 19, then you only have 1 energy left and you're dead. And yeah, I wouldn't say I played this act perfectly, so whatever. GG. Not too surprised this run ended in failure. We were very close to being able to skirt the edge enough, but I wasn't on my A game, so I was not able to actually guide that correctly. But that was a winnable run, despite some rough luck. Really goes to show why we prefer the immediate bonus Nya bonuses. Because just a little bit of damage taken in the early game snowballs in a bad way, right? Like, I had bad outcomes in these first 2 combats because I didn't have an upgraded strike and defend, which meant I had to rest at the second rest site, which meant I had less upgrades, which meant I took more damage, which meant I had to rest more, which meant I took more damage, so on and so forth. Yeah, it's why I think the talisman ends up being better a lot of the time. I will continue to try the fishing rod, though. I think it's cool in concept. Is it as cool as Glam? Glam on Regent. Glegent. Regent has a lot of good cards. Give me Glam. I want to Glam. I take 1 elite? That sounds so lame. I want to take 1 elite. Yep, that is a turn 1. Is Silk and Tress new? Yeah, this is new on the beta branch. Yeah, Glam only activates once per combat. We have some good options here. It's hard not to just click on Knockout Blow that does 60 freaking damage. That's a lot of damage. That is so much damage. This is also a lot of damage. No, I gotta take this Knockout Blow. That seems silly. That upgrades for plus 16, right? Yeah. That's crazy. Fisticuffs. Very good card. No. Okay, I feel strong. Let's go this way. But where's the bonk? I think I'm taking 3 here. No, it's better to take... No. Better to take 2. 2 is less than 3. So if we draw a Knockout Blow, we just play it, but we don't. We draw Defend, Fisticuffs, even better. Bonk. Well, it's probably not Pale Blue Dot with my gigantic Knockout Blow deck. Given that we're in Underdogs, we are going to want block, so Patter seems like a good pickup. It adds Vigor, which can improve the damage and block of Fisticuffs as well, which is nice. Bonk. Oh, Reflect. We take Reflect. Pretty much the best block card in the entire game. Knockout Blow gains a lot of stars for Black Hole. Black Hole is per instance of star gain, though. It's not per star you get. So you want it actually with things that get you 1 star, not 5. It's only going to activate 1 time. You ever think Black Hole is good? Yeah, it definitely can be. It's really nice with, like, Glow. Bonk. what I say is the best attack card. That's a tough call, actually. So many options. Oh, Bulwark's here, too. We had a really good Bulwark Reflect run recently. I don't see any reason not to have another one. Radiate is cute, too. It's Claw. Best attack card might actually be Fisticuffs. Not even kidding. Is that my upgrade? No, we upgrade Knockout Blow. So I can instantly kill Terrariel. Oh, yeah. Get deleted, nerd. You are going to die. Wait. But I can't actually play it here. Ugh. Actually, no, that is enough to actually just stun. No, we should... Bulwark, right? Not Reflect, but Bulwark. We should Bulwark here. Okay, then we can Falling Star, Patter, Fisticuffs. Wait, that's a lot of block. 13 damage, 13 block. Wait, that's good. Okay, now we play Knockout Blow twice. Falling Star, Fisticuffs kills next turn. Perfect. Excellent fight. Get a good relic to start. Another Knockout Blow is not something we need. Particle Wall, I think, is also not something we need, because we already have a very expensive star card. So I think I'm skipping here. Feels weird. The illusion of choice. You're going to die to Knockout Blow, buddy. Big bonk. Okay, here we can get some stars with Hidden Cache. Hidden Cache I like quite a bit. And I'm going to keep the Explosive Potion. Definitely happy with some more max health. And I think I'm going this way, right? Giga Knockout Blow. I think I'm deleting this one. It's doing the most damage on turn 1. I could just block Potion. Delete the back one, take 3. Maybe that's better. We probably go Reflect, Strike. Bulwark is okay as well, because we're getting Falling Star next turn. If I can kill this one. Actually, let's Bulwark. This will do 30 with Vuln. So... 38. That would, yeah, that'll just kill this one. Excellent. Then we can you. Probably focus on this one. Actually, we have Knockout Blow, though, right? Yeah, you just die. You have 11 stars. Seems good. Alright, another pretty clean fight. Get a Radiant Tincture and a Happy Flower, so energy will be abundant. Conqueror can go with Bulwark. Not sure about that, though. I think I'm going to skip these. Another fight where the goal is just draw knockout blow one time. I've done it. Okay, Particle Wall is back. It's better now that I have a hidden cache. Yeah, take a Particle Wall. And knowing that we're fighting the Coral Elite next, I'm going to take this Dex Potion over the Explosive Potion. Explosive Potion, come back. No, this is fine. You are dead now. You are dead now. You could be dead, but I want Happy Flower on turn 1, right? I don't think I need this Gather Light, but I could take it. I'll skip it. Bag of Prep. On sale orbit. These are some of my favorite things. Give me both of those things. Alright, good talk. Okay, we're playing Hidden Cache here. If I want to max damage, I guess I'm going to go Falling Star Fisticuffs. Let's do 7 block or 10 block? 7 block, plus the dexterity, which applies. Don't ask me how that works. He's immune to my knockout blow, unfortunately. But the Reflect lets me sneak in the orbit here. That's perfect. Ouch. Good dexterity potion. I guess I want a Fisticuffs first. Doesn't really matter, actually. Yeah. We get a prayer wheel. And we're offered the Smith. Smith could be a nice way to scale up for boss fights. I'm going to take the Smith. And I am going to take an upgrade on Hidden Cache. As we go into our boss fight here. 30 health is a little low for this boss fight, but have you considered repeat knockout blow for 100 damage on turn 1? Have you thought about that? Okay, nice. Orbit Reflect happens again. Sweet. Can't reflect next turn if I Smith now. A little spooky. I'd better wait a turn here. Yeah. Explosion's getting pretty big. We have the weak potion if we need it, though. Looks like I want to kill next turn, not this turn. Yeah, next turn. Yeah, because I figured I wasn't going to draw any block, so this would have been a terrible... If we killed it last turn, we'd just die. But with better timing, we probably live. Let's kill it with Sovereign Blade. We can smith here, right? I don't need to smith. There's no reason to smith. We can just kill it with Knockout Blow. That is much better. Great. Then if we draw Particle Wall, we just automatically full block. Oh, look, I threw Particle Wall. Boom. Guards. Guards. Get him. Darv is here? Or are we having a pyramid run? Pyramid guards would be sweet, actually. Holy. Click. I see Bag of Prep. That makes me click Pyramid basically every time. Pyramid on its own, sometimes not that good. With Bag of Prep, though, it's crazy good. Because you have more cards on turn 1 to retain onto future turns. It also means we have Retain Particle Wall, which is, as we saw last run, very, 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 very strong. Yeah, Puzzle for draw as well in the event that I do take damage. I will simply draw more cards and become invulnerable. So that's nice as well. I'll take some early events. I'm not exactly eager to fight the denizens of Act 2 at the moment. I have guards. Okay, great. Guards is really good with Pyramid as well. Bonk. Conqueror is a lot better. Especially if I take second Bulwark. Yes, I'll take Conqueror Bulwark. And it's the T-Man. I can deal with the days for one fight if I don't want to spend any money here. I can also go for an upgrade to my starting hand for one fight. That's not bad either. I think I am going to a shop later this act, so I'm going to give him the Tea of Discourtesy. Screw you, Uncle Eero. Yeah, who cares? Oh no, my knockout blow. Wait a second. Hey. Hey, you can't do that. Wait, I need that to kill you. Guards! Now keep the smith. Who's Patter here? We smith. The blade now does 60 damage. We use Conqueror. So now effectively does 120 damage. He takes half damage, so it's back to normal. Bang. We can do that to a lot of fights. I'll take back my upgraded replay knockout blow. I'll take another reflect, maybe? Maybe not. What about glow and cloak of stars? No and no. Yeah, actually, I'm not going to take these. We don't need to take cards that aren't upgraded, mostly. Especially not Furnace. I guess I'm taking some foul potions here. Let's do it. I want the chance of encountering the fake merchant here. We've yet to find this interaction, so I'm going to go for it. We get a puzzle box, giving us a free-to-play card on turn 1. That's not bad. And we do not get the fake merchant. Instead, we get defect cards, which sound pretty good. When do I decide to get to the foul potions? If I feel like I can get to a shop without having to use either of the potions I'm currently carrying, then I'll usually go for them. Trebendo Days, thanks for 22 months. Might be silent. Hologram is so good though. Yeah, I'm gonna go with my boy Defect as ever. Turbo is pretty sweet. Subroutine? I don't have that many powers yet, actually. What about Feral? Feral's pretty spicy too. Gets back Falling Star? I guess that's not very spicy. Defragment. Wait, I can take Subroutine Creative AI. I'm in. Yeah, I'm in. Our child Albert is here. This turn. Okay, so I gotta play this. Right. You are dead. Good. Don't need Albert in this fight, sadly. This is 35? Cannot be harmed. You fool. I'd like to wait one more turn here for Happy Flower. Those don't say plus, and neither do these, although Summon Forth is pretty good here. I will take a Summon Forth in this deck, so we can get the sword back into our hand at any time of our choosing. The Rainbow Ring. If we play a power attack and skill each turn, gain a strength and a dex. That's very nice with our creative AI generating powers every turn. It looks like I want to get some energy discounts so I can play the powers easier. So we'll start with Subroutine upgrade and then probably Orbit second. Wait! No, it's a regular merchant. Here, have some stinky potions. I brought these for you. We want gigantic card draw. Scrawl is here. I think Know Thy Place is quite nice here. Could have bought the dragon fruit before I gave him the money. Definitely down to strike remove. Yeah, splash can be quite fun on this character. Go with strike remove. And then I guess I want to buy a potion. Maybe I do want Scrawl. Screw it. Give me Scrawl. Give me Scrawl and give me an explosive ampule. Should be enough. Nope. Orbit. Get deleted, idiot. Good fight. Wait, alignment's just free? That's nice. I got a free copy of Void Form, huh? Not gonna be able to play that. We just kill next turn guaranteed, though, right? Yeah, we do. Uriah can allow us to gain strength by resting. 3 commons, huh? Get out of here. Gonna upgrade Albert to make it easier to play. Well, strength instead of resting, rather. I'll upgrade Smith. Smith. I'm coming around to the idea of killing Crusher first in this fight. So here I want to weaken you. Okay, we can summon the sword back. Subroutine yet. Kind of annoying. Yeah, we can face away and use Reflect to deal more damage to the enemy. That's true. That is allowed. That is allowed. Ooh. Let's see, Sovereign Blade hits all the enemies. That's kind of cool. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of block this turn. Oh. Okay. Let's just go Conqueror here, Sovereign Blade. Wait, Seeking Edge again. And Sovereign Blade. Death. Kapow! GG! The crab is dead. We're offered I'm Invincible, Beat to Shape, or 7 stars. I don't need any of these cards. Goodbye. What's up, No-New? 5th card each hand is free is very strong here. We don't have enough potion slots for Delicate Frond to be good. We have too much card draw with Pyramid for the Beautiful Bracelet to be good. So I think this is a super easy, brilliant Scarf. 5th card free lets us do all sorts of nonsense with our star-costed cards, which we are going to have a field day with. We love it. And I've got a few important upgrades, so let's go try to get some. One, 2, 3, 4. I can play Creative AI for free, which gives me energy back. Seems pretty good. Monarch's Gaze. I guess I can play that for free, too. Actually, no, I can't. Get bulleted. Convergence can retain my hand. The power. Now, we don't need to retain our hand, unfortunately. I guess I am going to go to 2 shops here. I can buy another Fisticuffs? That's fun. I don't think I want that, though. How would I change Demon Form to make it good? I would give Clad more attacks that can effectively use his strength. I think is what it would take, probably. Bonk. Don't need a Kingly Kick here. Don't need a Gutting Star either. Although we could take the Gutting Star. Actually, no, I will take a Gutting Star. Because I have 2 orbits now. Second shop. We have just enough to remove a card here. I could take a second Conqueror or a Dark Shackles instead. Dark Shackles is pretty good. But I'm just going to cut 1 strike. Thin it out a bit. And I'm super going to fight the 300 health dummy again. The second time today. With no fear. But maybe I should have some fear. Two. Three. 4. Oh, close. Wait, I can still bulwark a couple times. Six. That's close, right? That'll be times 3. 42 by 3 is not quite enough, right? Even if I patter. It'd be 44 times 3. And 32. We're 3 damage short. Dang. Yeah, we're just 3 damage short here. I was really hoping we draw the Smith in time. We didn't, though. Should have lifted. You are weak, says the dummy. True. Big true. Alright, clearly I need bigger numbers on my cards. I should have actually killed Spectral Knight first. Now that I think about it, that would have been smart. Dead. Yeah, we're kicking butt. That's good. These freaking jerks. You're not even a real fight. Get out of here. Guards. Guess I'll just hardcast Desmith. I don't think I want a Spectrum Shift. Gonna get hand clogged if I do that. Upgrade Bulwark. Quasar. Sure, I guess. Bonk. By sword. Okay, I was kind of hoping I would find a Refined Blade Plus during this run. I'm going to take that. I'm also going to take this Gamma Blast Plus so that I have better weaken vuln here. You sure are doing a lot of damage on turn 1. This is a debuff, right? It is. Get him. All right, what do we got here? Bit of a tricky situation, it looks like. So Venerate, Particle Wall, Particle Wall. Patter, play the free Gamma Blast. Bunch of... Stubborn Blade gains replay 1, and it does 172 damage twice. So this would kill from full. Good lord. I like it. Alright, we're going to top up our health. And then it's boss fighting time. Starting with the tongues. Not my ideal turn 1 here. I think I'm going to refine Blade. We're going to take some damage, but that's okay. Could use the weak potion here. Goes down to 21. I'd still take a little bit of damage, so whatever. Also, if I play Particle Wall, I can play one more card for free. Actually, no. Let's do that. Let's just reflect this fool. 34. Perfect. Then I can play a bunch of cards plus Knockout Blow, right? Just have to play 4 1-cost cards. Or I can just hard cast Knockout Blow. Guess I want to play... Wait, Defend, Strike, Defend, Conqueror. Tatami with a tier 1 sub in 3 months. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, making the room in hand was nice there. We also get stars for Particle Wall into next turn. Okay, there's our subroutine. Now it's going to be easier to play Creative AI. 1, 2... 3... 4, 5... I'll play this one more time, huh? No, I can play Fisticuffs instead. Perfect. Oh, and we got sword. We got it again. Okay, we have the super gigantic sword now. Excellent. Sword Sage. Falling Star. Sovereign Blade twice. Wait, it doesn't die. Smith. Strike. Excellent. It's like super dead with Summon Forth here. I guess I can scroll and then play guards, right? GG. That boss is absolutely cut in half. How about this one? The Aeon Glass. Oh, hey, I found the use for my Potion of Binding. It's to remove 2 artifact from Aeon Glass. Convenient. Do I like blade builds? They're not my go-to, actually, but it's worked out really well in this run. Blocking would be good here. There we go. One. One again. Oops. Yeah, we can just guards the withers as well. That's kind of nice. Blocking. Yeah, Subroutine is certainly one of the cards of all time. Okay, redrew the Sovereign Blade right away. Excellent. We can go the Smith. Sovereign Blade for 106. And then free knockout blow. GG. Okay, that was very strong. Pyramid, I think, is very good on Regent in general, so I'm not too surprised, but that was particularly effective. I've arrived again. GG. A pretty cool run. Yeah, pretty cool run indeed. Yeah, the defect cards kicked ass there. Especially Subroutine. That was very fun. Sword Sage off of the Albert was also very nice. Yeah, I love that. Bit of a shmoney run. All right, chat. That is going to bring us to the end of today's show, though. Thank you all for tuning in and hanging out. I hope you enjoyed the runs and the tier list if you were around for that earlier. That'll be up on YouTube eventually. Catch you later, Idaho Wolf Cub, Baylor Fan, Agarus Nivius, Invector, Shiny Green Button, Marlo Malone, Aurelios, and everybody else. I will catch you all next time, my friends. Until then, stay cozy and have a very good one. Toodaloo and night-night.